Okay. She may be caught in traffic. We have a quorum. Do I excuse?
Yeah, and then when she gets here, we'll just need to know that she is.
Okay.
You're ready.
Madam Chairperson.
I feel like hello. Good morning. Hello. We are ready to start, so thank you for attending. We are going to start out this morning with the Antiquities Advisory Board meeting, which will later be done in conjunction with the whole Texas Historical Commission meeting. So I am calling to order the AAA, I was going to say, the Antiquities Advisory, the Antiquities Advisory Board meeting. Today is January 30th, 2025, and it is now 8:33. This meeting of the Antiquities Advisory Board has been properly posted with the Secretary of State's office according to the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. The members may discuss and/or take action on any of the items listed in the agenda. To begin, we'll go ahead and have the committee members introduce themselves, and I will start on my far left. And please introduce yourself and city of residence.
Eleanor Stoddard, Houston, and a Texas State archaeologist position.
Joaquin Ribaya Martinez, a professor at Texas State University from Austin.
Bob Ward, Travis County Historical Commission.
Tina Nielsen from Austin, Texas, representing the Council of Texas Archaeologists.
Doug Boyd from Austin, Texas, representing the Texas Archaeological Society.
Norman Alston, architect of Norman Alston Architects out of Dallas.
Rick Lewis, architect from San Antonio.
Laurie Limbacher, Commissioner, Austin.
And Lilia Garcia, Commissioner, THC, Raymondville. I was about to say Austin. Raymondville. Anyhow, I believe we do have a quorum, and so I declare this meeting open. We have, if there's no objection, we have no absence. We have one absence. Oh my God, the chair, I forgot.
You let him go.
what do you say? The seat is very comfy. Bye, Jim. No, just kidding. No. I love Jim, and I can't wait till he comes back. But we do have one absence, and we will excuse the absence of Commissioner Jim Broussard, actually the real chair of the committee. If there is no objection, we will excuse him. Yes? Yes. Thank you. Hearing none, absence is excused. If there is no objection, I move to approve the minutes from the October 24th, 2024 meeting.
I just have one small correction. My last name is spelled wrong under items 4 and 6.
That's important.
Thank you.
Any other objections? Can I just say we will approve it pending the changes to what was just stated? Anyhow, minutes are approved. Thank you. Now we'll go on to hear the reports from the divisions, beginning with Brad Jones, representing archaeology.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Good morning, everybody. Apologies, Tina, for your name. I seem to have some sort of problem in my brain. I'll try to fix that before the next one. Okay, I'm just going to present very briefly just some of the basic information on permitting that the Archaeology Division has done in the past quarter. You can see up on the screen, I have a little graph showing permits compared to this past quarter to the previous quarter. You can see this, this current quarter, we have given out 159 different archaeological permits. This is a pretty significant jump over last December. I don't think this is particularly a pattern, other than the pattern ebbs and flows, but there's a lot of work going on in the state, as you can see by the number of permit issuances. Just a brief breakdown of the types of permits we are giving out. As is standard, we are giving out primarily intensive archaeological survey permits in advance of construction projects or other projects requiring permitting on state lands. We've had a few other reconnaissance surveys, which again are typically kind of pre-intensive survey archaeological investigations to determine whether or not additional more intensive survey is required. A number of monitoring projects. Again, these typically occur in cases where preemptive archaeological research is not really feasible in terms of the construction schedule or the environment in which a project is being undertaken. For example, downtown San Antonio, where we get a lot of monitoring permits, they typically don't appreciate us tearing up the street to look for something, then filling in the street, then tearing the street back up again so they can build in exactly the place they previously tore up. So we do work with the city and other organizations to try to make all these projects as streamlined as possible. One testing, one data recovery, one exhumation permits issued, and then 3 underwater surveys. So that's our basic archaeological survey permit or archaeological permitting summary for the past quarter, which then moves us along to the architecture division, unless there's any questions. Okay.
Good morning, board members. I'm Elizabeth Brummett, Director of the Division of Architecture. We saw a fairly strong permitting activity for us with 12 permits issued in the first quarter of 2025. With a fairly standard breakdown of permit types, the majority or the largest number being rehabilitation permits, followed by restoration permits at various courthouses. I wanted to give you an update on the Thomas Jefferson Chambers House, or Chamber C, which I brought to you last time, unfortunately, without visuals, so you'll get to see what I'm talking about at this meeting. Chamber C is a Greek Revival house built in 1845 for General Chambers, the namesake of Chambers County, and a figure in the Texas Revolution. The house is a state antiquities landmark, recorded Texas Historic Landmark, and is listed in the National Register of Historic Places. Chambers County is constructing a new Justice Center on a multi-block site that includes a 30-foot portion at the west end of the National Register and State Antiquities Landmark boundaries. In the interest of protecting the house from construction activities and providing a buffer permanently between it and the new construction, the house will move within the same parcel. It will retain its orientation towards Cummings Street, but will move closer to Washington Avenue, which is a major thoroughfare. So you can see the footprint of the new Justice Center extends far off the screen. This sliver here is where it infringes on the SEL boundaries, very, very close to the house. So it will be moving over, and they're capturing, Cumming Street is closing to traffic since it would dead end into the new Justice Center. So they are able to create a similar relationship between the house and this parking lot here as a house has to the street currently. Staff have been in consultation with the county for the past year or more. Archaeological investigations, including data recovery, are complete within the affected areas of the parcel, and I know Brad Jones wants to offer a few comments on that in a moment. Historic Buildings and Structures Permit number 1319 was issued on January 16th for the relocation. The State Board of Review also reviewed the relocation on January 18th. That's a first step in maintaining the National Register designation through the move, but it will ultimately require approval from the National Park Service before the relocation takes place. An adjustment to the state antiquities landmark boundaries to eliminate that shaded red portion from the last slide, the portion occupied by the Justice Center, will come forward to the Antiquities Advisory Board and a subsequent commission meeting after the relocation occurs so that we can reflect the new location of the house and an appropriate boundary at the same time. So Brad, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I just want to take the opportunity, she put this great slide in here, just to let the AAB and the commission know that prior to the moving, there was a substantial amount of archaeology done in conjunction with this project. You can see the bare earth exposed there in the imagery. They did do extensive testing all around this, this lower portion, which will be infringed upon by the construction of the new jail system or building. The archaeological results were interesting, but not tremendously significant. I think one of the most interesting aspects of it is that at the time this house was built, there was an older house adjacent to it. And although we found very little evidence of it, there seems to have been there was some evidence of the house. So in addition to learning more about the Chamber C house, we did get some additional information. I believe it was called the Old Spanish House, which was adjacent to it. So there were some really nice productive outcomes beyond just studying this house. And we also then did clearance work at the proposed site of the house relocation so that we know that there are going to be no potential archaeological impacts associated with that. So just wanted to share that with everybody and let you understand the full process.
I was going to say that concluded the report, and unless there were any questions about that project or any of the permitting we've issued.
Yeah, so we'll,
Let's take a little break. And we have, oh wow, 15, 18 minutes, so. I can sing a song. We'll start probably at 9, thank you.
And they have asked, well,
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin in 2 minutes. We'll begin in 2 minutes. Well, good morning, everyone. Today is January 31st, 2025. It is now 9:02 a.m. This meeting of the Texas Historical Commission has been properly posted with the Secretary of State's office according to the provisions of the Texas Open Meetings, Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. The commission may discuss and/or take action on any of the items that we have listed on the agenda. Now, to avoid any disruptions, we would ask that you silence your cell phones. For public comments, they'll be taken today in person only. If you would like to make a comment to the commission, please fill out one of the forms, all right? So please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Garrett?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Who's over? Introductions. We'll start over there. Commissioner introduction.
Thank you. Laurie Limbacher, Austin.
Lilia Garcia, Raymondville.
John Crane, Dallas.
Pete Peterson, Alpine.
Garrett Donnelly, Midland.
Donna Bahorich, Houston.
Fritz Duda, Dallas.
David Gravel, Highland Park.
Monica Sarate, Burdette, Rockport.
And I'm John Now from Houston. We have a quorum. Thank you. Declare the meeting open. If there is no objection, we'll excuse the absences of Jim, Renee, Kathy, and Tom.
So moved.
We have the, excuse me, we will excuse these absences. Thank you. Now, public comment. I will start with Pamela Anderson. I'll remind everyone that we keep a pretty tight clock on this, 3 minutes. And Pamela, good
Yes.
morning.
Good morning, Chairman Now, commissioners, and distinguished guests. I'm thrilled to share updates from the Texas Brazos Trail region. Our leadership team and volunteers are dedicated to engaging communities, preserving history, and boosting economic development across our 18-county region. Our Partner Engagement Task Force and Boots to the Ground initiative continue to strengthen relationships with heritage tourism entities, including chambers, DMOs, historical commissions, libraries, museums, and state historic sites. By engaging directly, we foster collaboration and evaluate the visibility of heritage sites, events, and attractions. We host quarterly partner and heritage tour events under the theme Texas Brazos Trail Region, Your Heritage, Our Mission, bringing stakeholders together to share resources, strategies, and opportunities for growth. A prime example is the Smithsonian Museum on Main Street Crossroads exhibit in Bosque County, which increased a small county museum's visitation by 50% during the traveling exhibit. Through strategic outreach and event participation, we represent the Brazos Trail region at local and state expositions, governor's summits, and milestone celebrations like Bell County's 175th anniversary. We inspire travelers to get on the driving trails of Texas. Marketing remains a priority, and we proudly amplify our region's heritage through Texas Time Travel, Authentic Texas, and other media avenues using both print and digital platforms. Authentic Texas, the Heritage magazine, most recently showcased our stories, including exploring the heritage of the Texas Brazos Trail region, historic sites, cultural traditions, including ancient artifacts, stagecoaches, and cattle drives to railroad development. Cindy Walker, the legendary singer and songwriter from Mexia, the transformation of Gate 12 in College Station, the continued restoration of downtown Bryan landmarks and Round Rock Stagecoach Inn, and the Heart of the Lost Pines Wilbarger Trail along the Colorado River. We have copies to share with you today, but the Texas Brazos Trail region continues to pave the way for heritage tourism, preservation, and education, and we remain committed to working alongside the Texas Historical Commission to ensure Texas history inspires future generations. Thank you and for your ongoing support for the Texas Heritage Trails program.
We started it, and we will support it, for sure. Thank you. Valerie Bates, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. It's my honor to be here again. My name is Valerie Bates. I'm the Marketing Director for the City of Port Isabel, and I manage the Port Isabel Lighthouse State Historic Site for you all. I'm also the Tropical Trail Chair Emeritus. With me today are Port Isabel Mayor Martin Cantu and City Manager Jared Hakama. In no particular order of interest, our walls did talk. We created a soundtrack for our Halloween event at the Lighthouse that played over Bluetooth speakers up the circular staircase. It was an immersive audio experience made up of conversations and sounds that might have been heard in the Lighthouse 150 years ago. We think it's an idea with merit. We're taking the next step on the interpretive master plan journey with a stakeholder meeting on March the 1st. Voices from the present will teach us a new perspective. Last week, we worked a series of trade shows and finished in Rockport for the opening ceremony of the Museum on Main Street exhibit. Former Tropical Trail Executive Director Sandy Jumper and the Rockport team did an amazing job taming all the details. Turnout was impressive. Outreach numbers for the Winter Texan Expo shows and moms totaled 2,224, in spite of the Arctic weather blast. Power was out in a lot of RV parks, and that might have helped us. SpaceX has had 2 launches since we last met. The top of the lighthouse is now open for viewing, and we sell out. We are getting ready for Summer Camp 2025 and exploring the lighthouse story through the lens of the 200th and 250th, which is another challenging way to consider the lighthouse. January is trending up over last year. 2024 finished up about 3.5% despite a terrible July. We're also installing eco counters at each of our 3 gates to get an idea of what the true traffic numbers are. Tales from Tropical. I'm splitting my time with Tropical Trail. We hired a new executive director. Pamela Morales has a background in museums, is from McAllen, and starts February 5th in time for statewide. She will hit the ground running. March 24th and 25th, Tropical Trail will celebrate 20 years. Activities will feature living history, a tour of the King Ranch, a horse demonstration, a book signing, lunch at the Kleberg Wildlife Foundation prepared by a Kenyenyo, museum tours, dinner at the Carriage House at the Kennedy Ranch Museum, presentations, and a swag bag. And we'll have one of those for each of you at the next meeting. And thank you all, most importantly, for all your efforts to get the need for increased funding for the Texas Heritage Trails Program recognized. If Tropical can be a voice for that message, we are at the ready. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do. Thank you very much. Having a little trouble with the paper here. County Judge, Wise County, Mr. Clark, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm J.D. Clark. I'm the County Judge in Wise County, and we are in the middle of enjoying a restoration of the Wise County Courthouse, and thank you for that grant. You'll be considering today a recommendation for supplemental funding, and of course, we're here in support of that. But more broadly, while we're here, I wanted to take the opportunity as an end user of the grant program to tell you thank you for that grant program and for the staff that's provided to us. Our experience with THC on this project has been nothing short of phenomenal, and specifically would like to call out Susan Teets for that and our courthouse reviewer, James Malanafi. It's been an incredible process with them. We're so excited for you to see the end project very soon. We've got great community engagement on it through a Facebook page called Wise County Courthouse Restoration, and would love y'all to look at that and see how the community is excited. But thank you for what you're doing for our courthouses and for continuing this grant program. Thank you.
Judge, I want to tell you, most people talking with the courthouse program are asking for something. We appreciate you thanking us.
Yes.
Thank you. And is it Karen Moore? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Karen Elizabeth Moore. I am the courthouse steward and administrative assistant with the county judge's office for Freestone County. On behalf of our county commissioners, Andy Bonner, Will McSwain, Lloyd Lane, and Clyde Ridge, and County Judge Linda Grant, we express our gratitude and appreciation to the Texas Historical Commission, the Architecture Committee, and the Texas Courthouse Preservation Program for reconsidering the selection for Freestone County for the Grant Cycle 13 Full Restoration Grant. Our county self-funded our entire planning process, getting started with our courthouse restoration, starting with the master plan with our architects Sterling Thompson and Scott Kapczynski, who's here with Sterling and Cap Architects out of Waco. The total cost of the master plan was $45,500. After our master plan was approved in May of '22, we quickly got the ball rolling to make sure that we had all of our ducks in a row and make sure everything was in order when the grant was available. For the application process and other supporting planning totaled $164,934.51, making our total full planning process from start to finish $210,434.51. When it became time to consider all grant applications, Freestone County had been identified as fully self-funded planning project. Our 95% plans were approved, and we are considered shovel-ready. And our courthouse has been cited as a recorded Texas historical landmark, and our final encryption will also be voted on today, which we're also very excited about. This grant will help resolve a lot of ongoing issues with our exterior and interior of the courthouse. Our brick and mortar foundation, roof, our capitals and ionic pillars, ceilings, windows, plumbing, HVAC, cracked marble walls and trims, and interior steps are just a fraction of what we have going on that's been deteriorating over time. We are in a situation where action needs to be taken quickly due to the deterioration of the mortar, roof, and windows. And in preparation, we have budgeted funds for our match for the grant. When I transferred to the county judge's office back in 2022 from the tax office, Judge Grant and I talked about this project and the role that I would be playing. I had told her a story about when I was a little kid, because I grew up in Fairfield in Freestone County. I would beg my mom and dad to drive by the courthouse because I was in love with the courthouse. I thought it was so beautiful. And then when I fast forward to when I graduated Sam Houston State University in August of 2020 with my degree in criminal justice, I thought it was very fitting that I needed to take pictures when I graduated at the courthouse, and in the sweltering heat of August. But they are some of my favorite pictures. And little did I know 2 years later I'd be working in that very courthouse. It seems like this project has taken a full circle for me. With this possible award of the grant to Freestone County, it not only benefits the people that work in that building, but also benefits the citizens of the counties, kids and adults, no matter what age. Preserving this historic courthouse will ensure its beauty and integrity for generations. We appreciate your consideration and look forward to working with you on this beautiful historical courthouse. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Karen. Thanks. I think, I apologize, is it Benjamin Matthew? Yes, sir. All right. And are you joined by a Timothy?
Yeah, my printing isn't very good, so.
Yeah. It's either that or my eyes, one or the other.
Oh, it's definitely my print. Thank you, guys. I appreciate being able to be here today, and thank you so much for what you all do at THC. Preserving our state and these properties is just very meaningful to me. So I just personally want to say thank you to what you are all doing. My wife, however, is not as grateful. When I told her I was coming down here from Dallas, she thinks that I caught some kind of historical bug that I'm not going to be able to get rid of. So she also tells people that she thinks the real reason I married her is because her family had this genealogy into the Mayflower, and so, which is only part of the reason why I married her. But my partner and I own the old historic Old Callan County Prison in McKinney, Texas. It's a beautiful building, 22-inch thick sandstone, built in 1880, has original cells. We purchased this and renovated it and just brought it back to life. And it's just a magnificent building. Had inmates such as Frank James, Tex Watson. There's just some really, really infamous prisoners that have been in there. It's also, historically, it was the last sanctioned hanging in the state, in Callan County, happened outside of my office window. I mean, it's just really has some just very fascinating historic relevance to it. We actually have to keep the doors locked all day, because if we leave it open, people just wander in, and it's really amazing. They start telling stories about maybe ancestors or relatives that have actually been incarcerated there. It operated until 1979. I mean, it's fascinating, but we actually can't get any work done, so we have to leave the doors locked all the time. The reason I am here is my partner and I, who's in the background, he's Tim Gerwin. He's usually my eye candy, but he wouldn't come up here with me today. But he and I are selling the property. And so we have an offer letter from a large developer that wants to purchase the property. And we've been a little bit torn. Well, at the same time, I got an introductory conversation with THC. And honestly, I didn't know a lot about what you did. And so the more that we've learned about you, I've been just absolutely fascinated, because our passion is keeping that relevant and saving it for generations to come in the state of Texas. So it's been interesting, just kind of how the timing has worked on this. So the THC staff absolutely loves the building. We all of a sudden are like, wow, we really love what you guys are doing. And so my purpose today, and there's some handouts, sorry I didn't bring enough, but there's some handouts there, you'll see the building. My purpose today was just to introduce this property to you and just kind of see what happens. We have conversations that we are looking to start in the legislation and just kind of see where it goes. But again, thank you so much for what you are all doing, and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Now, this next one, I grew up in Chicago with a lot of Polish last names. Scott, this one stumps me. Kapinski?
Kapczynski.
I said it stumped me, yeah. Okay, take it away, Scott.
Good morning. I am Scott Kapczynski of Sterling Cap Architects in Waco, and the lead architect on the 1919 Freestone County Courthouse Restoration Project. First, I want to thank the Texas Historical Commission for your consideration of giving Freestone County a full restoration grant. And second, I'd like to thank the Freestone County Commissioners Court and County Judge Linda Grant for their dedication to preserving this architectural gem through the years, allowing for much of its historic fabric to survive intact to the present day. They've been a highly valued client for our firm for the last 2 decades and has been a privilege to work on one of the historic Texas courthouses. For me personally, this courthouse has been an ongoing project, spanning most of my 15-year professional career in architecture. As an intern in 2011, I crawled on my hands and knees to measure the dark basement crawl spaces in preparation for reconstruction of the 4 monumental staircases. When my firm carried out the full restoration of the main district courtroom in 2017-2019, I became a licensed architect. And since becoming a full partner at my firm, I did the researching, writing, and compiling of the approved master plan in 2001, and finally drafting the 95% shovel-ready construction documents and filling out the Round 13 grant application between 2023 and 2024. With the funds from this grant, we will be able to address the building's ongoing maintenance issues. The work will include repairing the damaged ionic column capitals, cleaning and reporting the masonry, and finally resolving the persistent moisture infiltration problems by providing proper drainage for the roof and giving the poorly sealed, deteriorating historic windows a proper refurbishment. I'm excited that we now might finally have a chance at achieving our ultimate goal of giving this over a century-old historic courthouse the full restoration it deserves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott. I believe that that is the last public comment, correct? Well, thank you. We will now move to the joint AAB meeting. I'm turning it over to Lori.
Lilia.
Lilia, okay, sorry.
Okay, we will go ahead and reconvene, and I believe we have some presentations from the Alamo Trust. Thank you, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. I'll give this to Lisa. So good morning, Chairman Now, Commissioners, members of the AAB. It's always a pleasure to be with you. We're excited this morning because we have one big topic to cover with you. So of the Alamo Plan, which you all know, due to your support, is well underway at this time. Nothing is more important than the preservation of the church and the Long Barrack, our 2 most important architectural artifacts. We've been making a lot of progress on that front under the leadership of Easton Architects and Fisher Heck from San Antonio, who are in a joint partnership to lead that effort alongside the THC staff. So thank you, Joseph, and your entire team for their support. So Lisa and Mark Navarro from Fisher Heck are here this morning to update you on where we are with the drainage project and the roof replacement at the Long Barrack and the replacement of the church roof. So with that, I will turn it over to Lisa and Mark. Thank you all so much for your time.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us. As Kate gave us a nice introduction, I'm just going to advance right to the presentation. At least I think I am. The down one, yeah. And am I pointing it at? Thank you. So we've been here before with you, and I'm bringing this image up just to remind everyone of our full scope of work on the historic campus core, that I like to call it, for the Alamo site. So it's color-coded, and we're talking about several different aspects that are involved with preservation and conservation of the artifacts. And they include, in red, the church. In a blue-gray along the bottom of the slide is the Long Barrack. The green walls are articulating the arcade, and the garden walls. And the yellow is talking about the South Convento wall and the sacristy. So for today's presentation, we're going to be catching you up on the Long Barrack and the church and the progress we're making. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark, who will present the Long Barrack. Try it. It's advancing.
Excellent. Well, good morning. Today I'm going to give a briefly discuss the historical evolution of the Long Barrack, also discuss some of the deterioration and deficiencies of the design that are leading to deterioration of the Long Barrack, and end with a update on the Long Barrack Emergency Drainage Project. So the image that you see here is a compilation of photographs, primary source sketches, as well as interpretive sketches based on historic data and research of various different instances in time of how the Long Barrack was configured. The Long Barrack was used for many, many different things over its 300-year history. That ranges from a Spanish convent to military strongholds for the Mexican army as well as the Texas Army, different times obviously, army outpost as well, hospital and commercial center. So a few of these images that I wanted to kind of talk about a little bit more. These first couple are interpretive sketches of what we believe the Long Barrack would have been during the Spanish colonial mission time. As we move forward to 1845, that third image, that is a primary source sketch of what it would have looked like very soon after the Battle of the Alamo. In 1848, the U.S. Army comes in and plasters the building, also puts a roof over the building, a gable roof. Moving over to 1880, that is an unrecognizable Long Barrack with commercialism. You see porches added, architectural elements also added to the building. But then you start to see some of that getting taken away. And by 1912, only the west wall is remaining. We like to call that the Swiss cheese image of the Long Barrack. Luckily, it was saved, and very soon after 1913, they started reconstructing the walls on the original foundations of the Long Barrack. And in 2025, that's what you see here today. All right, so the upper image here is the west wall of the Long Barrack, excuse me, and the hatched areas, the green hatch or the gray hatched areas show the modifications to that west wall. And what this is really depicting is how little original fabric we have remaining of that west wall, which is the only original wall, as I'd mentioned, that the rest were reconstructed. So some of those are now windows that have been reestablished into that wall. The bottom image is a plan that depicts what is the significance and integrity of the various remaining elements of the Long Barrack, and we're going to use that as we try to learn more about how we're going to preserve the space as well as interpret the space. So once again, we have the image of the existing condition, a very low, long building. You see many of the window openings here used to actually be doorways, but have been filled in with masonry. The two elevations you see, the top, once again, just reinforces the idea of it being such a low and long building. But what was really important is that section on the bottom. That section image is really what's starting to show us where the deficiencies in the design are. So what a lot of people don't know is after 1912, 1913, the reconstruction of those walls, they didn't have a roof for over 50 years on the Long Barrack. It kind of sat as a ruin, to tell you the truth. So you had water infiltration through the tops of the walls. You had vegetation growing on top of it, the roots getting into the masonry crevices, causing a lot of deterioration. So they didn't put the first roof on the Long Barrack until the 1960s for the World Fair. They wanted to bring people from the Hemisphere area down here, learn a little bit about the Alamo. So they wanted to use this as a historic interpretive building, basically. So they put a roof on that quickly, and with that, there are a lot of deficiencies in that design. It's a very low slope. There aren't parapets. You can see there's just a little bit of a curb on that east end. You have the plaza on the west end. It drains towards the east in the courtyard. And then you have some canales as well that are supposed to discharge that water. Well, the problem is that most of that water doesn't go through those canales. It goes right over the small curb of a parapet, if we could even call it that. And that further deteriorates the masonry and saturates the soil. So it's not only drainage issues that we have out here. Looking at the west facade, or the west wall here on the left image, you can see a lot of different things here. First is staining on the wall. So that is, a lot of that's coming from splashback from the impervious surfaces of the plaza directly adjacent. But we also see the window here has a very confusing interpretation with the wood elements that have been added. So it's very confusing to the to the common visitor coming out here to understand what this used to be, what is this. But you can see some ghosting of where the original opening used to be down here, and it's a lot easier to see in person the vertical lines of where the stone infill has taken place. On the right, is an image of the east wall of the log barrack, where it is very hard to see any stone. Basically, you're seeing a lot of improper mortar that has been just slathered all over this wall. We call it just buttering the mortar on top of the stone. You can barely see any of the stone, and the mortar itself is an improper mix. It's a very highly cementitious mix, which means that it, in some cases, is actually stronger than the masonry itself. And with the mortar is supposed to be the sacrificial element here and supposed to kind of transfer all those stresses to the mortar, and then that's where the destabilization is supposed to occur. It actually transfers that to the masonry instead. So you see a lot of failures in the masonry, unfortunately, instead of in the mortars. So moving to the rooftop, the image on the left shows a lot of conduit equipment. And not only is that unsightly from the new visitor center across the street once that's completed, it's not just aesthetic concerns we're looking at here, we're looking at performance issues. So there are chairs that all of these conduits are sitting on, and those are each potential failure points. These are weak points that can have water infiltration. Looking at the right image, we are seeing now the east wall and that shallow curb. A lot of patching of the roof has occurred over time. Once again, those are weak points on the roof. You could see these collectors for the canales, or the scuppers that discharge the water. So these are all undersized pretty significantly. And furthermore, foot traffic over the years has kind of dampened the crickets between each of these canales and the collectors. So now the water doesn't properly flow to the collectors to then be discharged. So once again, we just have water coming right over the edge, deteriorating the masonry and saturating and ponding on the ground surface. So we have started calculations for roof drainage here, and what we are doing at a minimum as we start this design is looking for improvements, is looking at a minimum 100-year storm is what we'd like to be able to cover here with any type of improvement, and we're looking all the way up to a 500-year storm to see what the difference would be and how we can achieve each of those rain events. So the area that we have in orange are the areas of diminished roof drainage performance. I kind of mentioned some of the issues on the roof, and that's kind of where those main areas are. So those are key areas that are going to have to be improved if we want to make sure that we're not causing more deterioration to the long barrack itself. So that is a great segue into the emergency drainage update. If you remember, there was a rain event that caused a lot of ponding on the outside of the northeast corner or northeast wall of the long barrack. And what made it even worse is that the grade is sloping towards the building. So not an ideal situation, not sloping away from the building, get the water away from it, is actually sloping towards the building. So there was a lot of ponding up against the building, and some of that actually entered the building, a significant amount actually through that doorway over here in the northeast corner. So we know we needed to fix that with the insufficient drainage to get water off the site. And so this is our update of what the archaeology team has been doing a great job out there. Tiffany and her team are finding amazing things, but that's not what I'm up here for. Very exciting though. Y'all need to go out to the site. So we have, in the last 6 weeks or so, installed these buttress blocks, concrete buttress blocks, to help support and stabilize the walls of the building. So as Tiffany and her team are removing the soil pressure up against the building, we have to replace that to stabilize the wall. So we have these concrete buttress blocks that we've placed in every other unit that you can see here. Great thing about this is that we're going to be able to reuse these and other parts of the long barrack for any other types of excavations that we do, as well as at the church. So just as a reminder, this is the first installment of a comprehensive drainage plan. So what we learn here is going to be used for other drainage solutions at the long barrack, as well as when we start drainage solutions over at the church. And then finally, an up-close image of a little bit of those concrete buttress blocks that were hoisted into place very, very carefully. But more importantly, you can see that Tiffany and her team have excavated all the way to the bottom of the foundations, about 5 to 5.5 feet. So we've exposed the entire foundation, and if you remember from my brief history, those are original. So it's a very clear line that you can see here of the separation between original masonry and what was built upon that in 1913. And it's very easy to see the different type of stone as well as just application of mortars and condition. So we have done repointing in these open units to kind of help us save time and learn what we can from that repointing process. So it just really gives you a good indication of what the building could be if pointed properly. Where'd you go? So with that, I'll pass it on to Lisa for a church update.
Can I ask you a question before you leave? Right here.
Yes.
First of all, thank you for your care of this sacred state asset, and thanks to Dr. Rogers for her management of it. During the battle, if I recall it at all, I was there, but I escaped, or I think I did. There was a trench that was dug down the Long Barracks, and probably for the battle, it may not have existed before that. Is that going to be interpreted in some way? Because it was an unusual feature of that part of the battle.
Right, and we're looking at all options for interpretation. We're going to work with the Gallagher team for interpretation elements as well and how they relate to preservation. But yes, we've been working with Mark Lambert at the GLO, and he's kind of brought that to the forefront on having that element in there. And Tiffany is also aware of that element. And so we're gathering a lot of information to see what we're able to do with that and how that can aid in the interpretation and preservation.
Is there any archaeology that's been done that identifies how deep it would have been or how wide it would have been or anything like that? Oh, we get somebody else.
Hello, I am Tiffany, I'm the Alamo archaeologist. What's really exciting is that we actually have evidence of the trenches dug by the defenders from 2019. So we do have evidence of that. That's in the interior of the church. In these excavations, Long Barrack, not the church, in the interior of the Long Barrack. In these excavations, we have not found any evidence of any trenches dug by the defenders, but we do have battle era deposits. So, and we'll work with all of the design teams for interpretation of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So moving along, we're going to update you on the church. Last we met with you, we discussed in a similar fashion to what Marcus just delivered on the Long Barrack. We talked a bit about the deficiencies that our Alamo Church is suffering from. And one of the primary sources of that is the current roof and drainage situation. So we have been working on a new design for the roof. Just to familiarize everyone with what's there now, there is a thin shell concrete reinforced roof that went on in 1920 under the DRT stewardship. And that roof has served its purpose very, very well. However, it is at the end of its serviceable life. It has done more than its job. So some of the work that lies ahead for us is identifying how to remove this roof. And we showed you this image last time we met. The roof is complicated because it's comprised of many, many parts. It's not just the roof itself. It's the exterior, which has a waterproofing metal thin shell layer on top. It then has a reinforced concrete layer on top of that, on top of concrete ribs. And on top of that, it sits on what we call a bond beam, a concrete bond beam, which wraps the whole perimeter of the church for this vault to attach to. In addition to that, the design that the DRT chose is a vaulted roof. As you all well know, there was no roof on the Alamo for 106 years. It did have a temporary roof, a wood structure that the Army put on. However, the roof, when it was chosen by the DRT, was a vaulted roof. So that meant that there were masonry infill pieces that needed to be assembled and built as part of the new design. But the concrete roof right now that exists is not just the vault. There are very, very important auxiliary spaces of the sacristy, the temporary sacristy, and what would be the two towers. So they sit over the baptistry and over the confessional. So when we talk about the roof of the Church of the Alamo, it's a very holistic project to consider. So as we move forward, this is the condition that we have now. This is just to remind everybody, if you were to go to the church today, this is the experience you would have. It's a shallow vault over your head with concrete rib arches. This is the plan of the church up on the upper right-hand corner. left-hand corner, I'm sorry, and the ribs. And the ribs were really all that was constructed or finished during the mission era. It never had its complete roof. I'm sorry, I'm going ahead of schedule here. Okay, so if the church had been finished during its mission era, it would have had a vaulted masonry roof very similar to what we see at Mission Concepcion and Mission San Jose. So that was the inspiration, presumably, for the DRT when they chose to put a concrete roof on. So what we have in our proposed idea is that we are honoring the past, we're honoring the DRT's wish to have this type of roof system, also honoring the integrity of the architecture of mission architecture of that time. So we're proposing to put back a vaulted composite masonry roof, very similar in appearance to what is there, but improving upon its performance. And so there's a few ways that we intend to do that. So I'm going to walk you through comparison images. On the left in the next few slides with the gray hatch is your existing condition. And on the right is the proposed with the lighter white. So you'll notice very, very subtle differences to the interior, where on the left, the concrete that exists now is a shallow, almost elliptical arch. And that is because the pediment that was put on in 1850 by the U.S. Army is the restricting element for the design of this roof. So in order to have a vault that spanned the whole church, it needed to be sort of squashed in order to fit so that it wouldn't rise higher than the pediment. So in our scheme, we're proposing honoring more of a true form, a full elliptical form, or full semicircular form. And the way we're able to do that is by creating a ceiling separate from the roof. So the idea of the intent of the proposed is almost identical to what is there on the exterior. We're dropping it a little bit further down so we get a little bit more height to that pediment to stop the water from flowing over the masonry walls, as Mark was describing on the long barrack. But on the inside of the space, it creates more of a true form and an appearance that is more typical of a mission-era church. So this is a view looking to the east. You're looking at the transept crossing and the chancel. This is the view looking back toward the west wall and toward the north exit. So the sacristy is the small linteled opening on the right. So very subtle differences. The form remains almost exactly the same, but it's a bit purer in its architectural presence. And this is looking back at the south transept, which is here and here, the existing and the proposed. And you'll notice the walls had to be leveled when this roof went on. There was a lot of work in 1920 that we are now exploring. A lot of different conditions exist, so there's a lot of inconsistencies to where the bond beam rests and where the concrete springs from. And in the proposed design, we're trying to resolve those conditions, so it's a much more holistic interior experience. The main benefit of the design approach to creating a dropped ceiling separate from the concrete or the composite masonry arch is that we capture this interstitial space, we call it, space between the two. And that is critical for the ongoing preservation and long-term conservation of the artifact. What it allows us to do is introduce building infrastructure to provide an environment where we can control and temper the air, much more like a museum environment, where the stone, we can mitigate the stone deterioration. Right now, the air conditioning is a circa 1969 system that's been modified in the 80s that just pumps air into the space at an excessive rate, causing excessive deterioration to the stone. So by having this, we're also allowed to put in some lighting, some infrastructure to remove everything from the visitor's eye. So when you walk into the space, it's really a pure space of repose. That's the design intention. And so from the exterior, what you're looking at here, anything that's shaded in the tan is really what comprises this roof project. So it's not just putting a new vault on. It's a bit more complicated than that. And on the interior as well. So this leads us to our next conversation, which is how we're going to address removing this existing structure and preserve, protect, and conserve the historic masonry that sits beneath it. So with that, it leads us into a process we've been undertaking now for about 2.5 months. We've been doing systematic probe work at the church to identify and target very specifically areas where this existing reinforced concrete infrastructure integrates with the masonry wall. So this is I know it's a busy plan, but I'll walk you through it. So this is the church. The west facade is to your left. And so the probes that are identified with purple are probes where we actually have cut through the roof assembly entirely. We've cut through the bond beam entirely, and we've cut through the gutter entirely. And we want to understand the construction technology. We want to understand the interface. How in 1920 did they attach this roof? Did the concrete affect the masonry wall? Did it not? Are the rebar, the steel cage that ties this whole concrete piece together, how is it integrating into that masonry wall? The other type of probes, which you see in green, are interior only. And for that, they're more surgical in their exercise, where we're actually trying to dig out and find the rebar and understand how its connectivity is actually designed, particularly where we meet the west facade, because that is of paramount importance in terms of preservation and conservation. So I'll just walk you through a few of the probes. We've done 8 in total. I'm going to present just a few for you to see some of the findings that we have uncovered. So probe number 1 is on the south portion of the nave, and it's an exterior probe only. But by that, I mean we will protect, you'll see in a minute, the amount of protection and shoring that we have designed to carefully protect the artifact as we do this work. So to orient you on the south facade, our probe is right here, just east of the buttress. And our purpose, as I mentioned, is to understand not only the constituency of this reinforced concrete, how it was installed, what the matrix was, how tough is it, how strong is it, how hard is it going to be to take off, and really how much of it has affected the historic masonry beneath it. So these are a few images of the protection tower. So all of our scaffolding systems have been designed to be self-supporting. They're bumpered, they're buffered, they never actually touch or are attached to the artifact. We also have built this temporary enclosure or protective shoring platform, and that, I want to just remind everybody, all of our probes were into the concrete. We did no probing of the historic masonry wall. Everything is happening above, so we're leaving everything about those masonry walls intact. So this shoring piece is actually attached only to the concrete. So just to walk you through a little bit of how this happens, on the upper left is the parapet configuration, which is a part of that bond beam I mentioned that wraps the perimeter of the church. Here they're beginning to cut with hand tools. You'll notice the markings. So part of our team, our systematic methodology was to do non-destructive evaluation, so NDE. So we had surface penetrating radar come out, and they identified through surface radar anywhere there was a reflection of potential metallic surfaces. So we knew essentially where we would encounter a rebar, so we wouldn't be cutting through it. So that's what these markings are for. Then with hand tools, we have gone through, I'm sorry, I meant to hit the button, the other button. We're cutting through this parapet in about a 20-inch swath. And so here you see that parapet section removed, and we're about to head up and cut a portion of the concrete at the vault. So as we're going along, we're doing a couple of things. We're monitoring it with borescoping, which is what you see here, which is a very non-invasive technique of a camera that goes through small holes for us to observe if there are any voids or cracks or anything that we might encounter along the way. And beautifully on the right here, you're seeing exposure of the top side of the historic masonry wall for the first time since 1920. And so as we advance through the cutting process, we have installed several vibration monitors. We've actually placed them directly onto the masonry itself, and we're monitoring any vibration that we're creating through the use of these tools. And this is really an exercise for us to understand how to forecast for the full removal and what kind of vibrations we need to accommodate. And on the right is the fully exposed swath. So this is about a 4 feet deep section by about 20 inches wide, and you're looking at the full, complete 4-foot wide depth of the masonry wall. And some of these stones are quite significantly large. So on the left are stones that we interacted with when the concrete removal was happening. This right here is a loop. It looks like a lasso. It's actually part of the concrete rebar. So uniquely, throughout this whole process, we've actually identified 3 different rebars that are no longer fabricated, so it's going back in time of archivally documenting how they constructed a roof in 1920. So it's been a very fascinating process for our team, including our engineers. So when we engage with a piece of masonry, we actually catalog and tag it so that we're sure it goes back in its original place when we close this probe up after documentation. So moving on to an interior probe, just to give you a sense of what we gleaned from that, this probe is a little bit hard to understand its location. So it actually straddles the north wall of the church, so it's the nave north wall, which is actually the south wall of the temporary sacristy. So we have two faces to contend with. And this is a really critical one because it's one point where this concrete bond beam is doing two things for us. It's supporting the vault on one side, and it's supporting a sloped shed on the other. So we really wanted to understand how much rebar was in here, what the structural consistency was. So we moved through, it's what we did with the non-destructive texting is we marked with painter's tape where we were finding those reflections of potential rebar. Here it is in section over here. We're trying, in this case, to find the rebar. The previous one, we were trying to avoid it. In this case, we're trying to find it. And find it we did. And it really shed light on how this bond beam was created and really gave the structural team an amazing amount of information on how to provide in detail for the removal of this in the future. So it was not what we had all anticipated. So again, it's a methodology where we were treating it as an artifact with preservation and conservation kit gloves. So we want to work in the area of the concrete, and when we're in the concrete, whenever we would engage a piece of masonry, it was documented, sized, tagged, cataloged. The Alamo conservator was on site with us the full time, making sure what we were doing was not causing any undue harm to the artifact. Another key probe that I'll show you right here, and this is the last one I promise, is probe 5. And probe 5 is again an exterior cut. And the reason we chose this one is because it sits over the south transept. And if you remember in the exploded drawing I showed you, the south transept was put on by the DRT. It did not exist in a vault form before. So we wanted to understand what the historic masonry of 1920 was all about. And the others were dealing with 1850s masonry and beyond. But in this case, we're looking at 1920s masonry. So again, locating it on the out and on the in. You'll see the non-destructive. This is the surface penetrating radar. So in order to do this, we cut back a swath about 4 foot by 4 foot of the metal cladding on the roof, and you're looking at the top side of felt and tar. That's what the black surface is. This is the engineer doing the surface penetrating radar, trying to find where we would encounter metal. And from that, we go inside with our shoring platform that is not engaged with the artifact. It's standalone. And we're doing pilot holes through that concrete roof to figure out how far back to do our shoring platform and how far back our removals will be. So we go back to the outside. We've removed the full depth of the concrete slab, and we're exposing that metal cage. And so this is where we've stripped all of the corrosion. We've brush cleaned everything, and we are down to the top side of the masonry wall. And in this case, we did encounter several stones, which you see here on the lower right, have been cataloged and tagged and will be going back in their final place when we rebuild or close up this probe, which you see happening here. So these masonry elements are going back in their original place, whether it's inboard of the wall or outboard, and then we're pouring back the concrete patch, which you see here, and then we finish by putting the exact same piece of metal that we cut off back on. So the only thing new on the probe is concrete patch and some waterproofing membrane. Other than that, we reused everything. So the intent, as I mentioned, is to understand how this was constructed from a technology perspective, a materiality perspective, and how we can design and forecast for its safe removal without harm to the artifact. So that is our update. Any questions?
Do you mind if I ask a question?
I don't mind at all.
I'm over here.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hello again, Defender.
Upon completion, will the sacristy be available for the public?
The sacristy space
Yes.
at the end of the restoration campaign?
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely. Every
Yeah.
space should be open.
And just a small question, you mentioned HVAC earlier in your
Yes.
presentation.
Yes.
Does that include humidity control?
Absolutely, yes. We're calling it building envelope technology. So it's not an HVAC system, it's really a conditioned air system. That does take into account. Right now, we're monitoring the CO2 levels and the air exchange levels. As you might imagine, everybody coming through the west facade, every time those doors open and close, it creates a tremendous vacuum of humidity exchange.
Right.
On top of that, in the high heat, we have human perspiration and respiration, and all of that is causing harm to the artifact. So that's all going to be designed in our new system.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
I have a question. I'm over here. It's a problem we haven't had before somehow, but that's okay. Forgive me if I may have missed the last meeting. You may have updated this, the commission on this technique previously, and I won't belabor this in case you have. But I don't think I understand the technology behind the new roof. Since you have an interstitial space, what is the ceiling material?
The ceiling material would be an acoustic plaster, essentially, so we'll be able to absorb sound, and we'll also be able to temper the temperature a little bit better with that material.
And it's suspended from the roof
Suspended
structure?
from the roof structure,
Okay,
exactly.
and the roof structure itself above will be what?
It'll be composite masonry or reinforced concrete.
Okay. Can I ask what, composite's a very broad term. What is composite
It's
masonry?
concrete with aggregate.
Okay, so it's got
Yes.
it's got an additive that.
Exactly.
Okay, that's good. And I think you've answered the other question. So the conditioned air that you're going to be able to do, because I remember that being a question at the very beginning of the project, before y'all were selected, is do you even put a conditioned air back into this building? And this is not designed for human comfort so much as it is environmental control. Okay. Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you all.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Do I go now to the possible action? Okay. So, the AAB is going to look into some discussion and possible action regarding historic buildings and structures antiquities permit number 1317, removal of the first bay of the 1936 arcade adjacent to the south tower of the Alamo Church, San Antonio, Bexar County. And Elizabeth will get us through this.
Yes, thank you. Before I begin with this presentation, I wanted to mention that Sheena Cox and I had the opportunity to go and see probe number 1, climb the scaffold, take a look at that historic roof construction. It was just absolutely fascinating. Nancy Silman, the structural engineer on the project, talked at great length about the construction technology, how it differs from how we would build a reinforced concrete roof today, and it was just an incredible experience. So I wanted to mention that before I launched in. So this permit is for the 1936 arcade, which was built by the Works Progress Administration to provide a walkway at the Alamo grounds. The arcade consists of 2 lines of stone archways with wooden logs at the top that connect them. So on this left-hand image, you are at the far end looking back towards the Alamo Church is down at the end of the walkway. What we are looking at is removal of the first bay, shown here from the back side. So I'll go back to the other image. This bay here. Salvage material from the removed bay will be used to rebuild the end of the stone wall where the removal occurs. So we'll still have a completed, finished-looking product at the end. The existing gate, lights, sconces, and plaques will be removed and salvaged. The flagstone walking surface will be removed for trenching, and data lines and conduit will be moved underground with the flagstone restored. The existing electrical closet and its contents will be moved as part of the project. Before this work begins, temporary shoring and bracing for the remainder of the arcade will be put in place, and importantly, protection of the historic fabric of the Alamo Church with padding to prevent damage will be installed. While this is a historic site feature, there are multiple reasons the design team is proposing this work that are related to the preservation of the Alamo Church, which of course is our utmost priority. The removal of the first bay will allow for foundation archaeology and construction work necessary to install that temporary protective enclosure that you heard about at a previous meeting, ahead of construction for the overall conservation work at the Alamo Church. Importantly, removal of the first bay will also allow for enhanced public visibility and a new visitor experience at the Alamo. From the southwest, the church will be visible in the round. So we often think of the Alamo as this iconic west facade, but you'll really be able to see it as a three-dimensional building with this bay removed. Also importantly, there are historic renders along this wall of the church that are hidden behind this new or more modern intervention. So those will be revealed and able to be interpreted. So with that, I'll put up the motion, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Elizabeth, if I might, just to make sure that I'm clear, you will remove that end section. It will not be replaced?
It is not proposed to be replaced.
Excellent,
This is
thank you.
a permanent change.
I think that's a really good decision. Thank you.
Repeat the answer, please.
This is a permanent change. This arch that's being removed will not be reinstated later.
That's excellent. Thank you.
A-
Follow up on that. Does this affect security, and how is that gap going to be addressed from a security point?
It's an excellent question, and I don't know if the Alamo Trust wants to address that.
So at night, once the Alamo closes at 5 o'clock or 5:30, depending on the time of year, there's a gate that will be closed, so people cannot access the back grounds. So while we will not replace the bay, there will be a gate there that can be locked.
There'll be a non-historic gate put up?
Well, we're going to come back, sir, before we do anything, so you can see it. But already that whole area gets chained off at night across the grass, and so that will continue. And then, of course, the rangers are there all evening, 24/7, to monitor.
May I ask a question? The end of the arcade, which now has a lovely arch in it, and you look in perspective, is, from what I could tell from the drawings, that'll be a dead-ended masonry wall there. What is the reason for closing that off, where you can still walk through the arcade from the new gap that'll be created?
So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Where you're removing the one bay.
One bay.
Yeah, but it shows on the plan it'll be solid. It'll be closed off at that point. Is that
No.
correct? That's
No,
not
no,
correct?
no.
Okay,
No.
I misunderstood.
The arcade will remain open, and in fact, the bays, because we're removing the cannons that are on the east side
Okay.
of the arcade currently, they're all being sent to A&M for restoration purposes, and those cannons, which are original, are going to be placed inside the new museum. So it'll actually be open and more porous.
It'll be open. And you can see this rendered wall that you mentioned a while ago.
Yes.
At the end of that. And we have no clue about that other than earlier archaeological documentation? Is that what that comes from?
You can actually see the renders.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Use the mic, please.
So you can see the renders currently. It's just that the beams that are going across really block that, as well as the arcade. It's just inches away from that facade.
Right.
So there's that tower probably has more render than the rest of the church does. So it's going to be nice to be able to expose that. So yeah, and then it is just the two arches of that end bay that are being removed. We are not going to close anything, and you will still be able to traverse through the arcade each direction.
And a little electrical transformer there on the ground. There's a panel that's going to be removed, but then that transformer looks like it's going to stay.
So there is electrical as well as HVAC. So this is, while the arcade removal is a permanent solution, the rest of the electrical and the HVAC, those are going to be temporary replaced. Yeah.
They'll be done eventually.
Right. We'll be done with, we'll do that with the larger projects. So right now, we're just doing what we need to make sure that we can remove that bay and get it ready for Tiffany's team. But then once we come back with a larger project and the full permit, we will show you the comprehensive solution for HVAC as well as electrical.
I
And
assume.
doubt that it's going to be right there.
Right. Thanks.
And just to confirm, the arcade dates from 1936.
Correct.
So it has achieved a level of familiarity.
Yes.
But it doesn't have the level of significance of the church itself.
Correct.
Because the church is much older.
Correct.
So in a way, it kind of makes sense to expose that corner so that we'll have a better sense of the architecture as it was.
Yes, and that is the idea behind it.
Yes, thank you. Well, with that, Madam Chair, I'd love to make a motion to move to send forward to the commission and recommend authorizing the executive director or his designee to issue Historic Buildings and Structures Antiquities Permit number 1317 for the removal of the first bay of the 1936 arcade adjacent to the south tower of the Alamo Church, San Antonio, Bexar County.
And I have an enthusiastic second to that motion.
Thank you, Norm.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? AAB? Comments, questions? On that note, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes on to commission. And, I move to make the motion to the commission. And it is now in the commission.
Just had a quick question. So the second bay, what happens with that? It just stays, or?
Yes, the wall will be finished off, so they won't just leave it jagged where they've removed the stone. They'll use the salvage stone to finish that and make a nice clean edge there. And
So-
it's staying.
And so it will be a freestanding element.
Yes.
Okay. And so that one is more historically accurate or something, or?
No, it's all part of the same construction.
Okay.
It's just to allow for construction of
The
that temporary
open-
protective enclosure and to expose that corner of the Alamo.
So if I might, or it's not my time.
Okay, so now we go to the full commission. Okay. Do I have to make the motion? Okay. Well, then I will make a motion to the commission. I move to authorize the executive director or his designee to issue Historic Buildings and Structures Antiquities Permit number 1317. Oh, wait, am I reading? Yes, I am. For the removal of the first bay of the 1936 arcade adjacent to the south tower of the Alamo Church, San Antonio, Bexar County.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Wait, I don't do that now. Oh, I do? Oh, okay. Okay.
Was Norm going to make a comment? Because I'd like to, if we could give permission for him to make a comment.
Well, yes, I was going to say,
Okay, great.
I just didn't know what the order goes. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion?
Well, I get to discuss in the commission movement. That's great. But I'm not comfortable, trust me. Just small question, but do I understand that when we remove the end bay, it'll just, the existing construction will terminate? Is there any plan to reinterpret one of the lost arches to close that arcade off on the end? Do you see what I'm saying?
That's not part of the plans at this time.
Okay.
But, as Dr. Rogers indicated, there's additional landscape work that will be coming.
Okay, thank you.
That gate will become important too.
Yes.
And we'll be revisiting that, I'm sure.
Yes, and the existing gate, the existing masonry will be salvaged as part of this work.
Any other questions, discussion? Okay, I call for the vote? Okay, I then call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
And now we go back to the AAB, the committee meeting, where they are going to consider, where we are going to consider the approval of a recommendation for issuance of an Antiquities Code of Texas data recovery permit for archaeological excavations associated with the Alamo Church Preservation Project, 41BXC, San Antonio, Texas. And Brad will take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. This is, as you've heard and have seen in your packet, the Alamo Trust is requesting a new data recovery permit to do archaeological excavations associated with the enclosure and the planned drainage system that you've been hearing about here this afternoon or this morning. Just to sort of orient you a little bit, here on your left, you can see the yellow outline of the project area as described in the permit. This is basically the general area where all this activity will be taking place. And to close in on it again, and you can see everything's occurring on the sides and the back side of the church itself. There will be no excavations currently in front of the west facade. The plan is to carry out these excavations in 2 phases. The initial phase will be a series of excavation units, which will be hand excavated in the same manner that you approved for the drainage system for the Long Barrack. The first phase will focus on the locations of the helical piers for the enclosure. Once those areas are clear, then they'll be able to proceed with that aspect of it. Following that, there will be a second phase, which is a much broader excavation area here in this sort of light blue, which surrounds all the areas where the drainage system will be installed. Past investigations have shown us that there is a high probability of encountering intact archaeological deposits all around the church. So we're taking, the utmost care in how they approach this excavation and the work they do. And, we hope, much like the Long Barrack, to see some really great excavation results and some interesting interpretive possibilities out of the outcome of this investigation. With that, I will move on to the motion. Obviously, Dr. Tiffany Lindley, the Alamo archaeologist, is here, so we're available to take any questions as they come up.
Are there any questions or discussions right now?
The 17 piers of the initial first phase that have to do with the support of the structure to cover the building, boy, they are big. They are deep, and then 40 to 50 foot deep piers to put this thing on. I'm just a little curious. We've not really seen what that structure is going to look like. I've seen such structures, covering cathedrals in Europe that probably had piers like that. This is it seems really heavy duty. The engineers, I'd love to have a talk with them. I'm wondering about impacts for drilling that many piers, some of which get pretty close to the building, and 40, 50 feet down. I'm just curious about those, if any of the staff could speak to that.
I think in the fullness of time, we'll get to that, won't we? This is just the exploration in anticipation of the next phase, and we'll hear more specific detail about the piers. Is that correct?
That today?
I am not the person to answer that question.
Good morning again. So for this permit, this is to clear the way for the construction of the temporary enclosure. So these excavations are going to ensure there are no archaeological deposits at the locations where the piers are going to be placed. So once our excavations are done, if there's no deposits there, then at that time, the enclosure will be constructed. As far as any above-grade work, that's going to be on the architectural team, and they can speak more to that. But for this permit, we wanted to make sure, one, that we can clear the space so those piers can be dug. And we also want to make sure that we are going from surface to what we at the Alamo we're calling our pre-cultural deposits. So for the excavations, our maximum depth is about 5 feet, and that's where we hit our what we're calling our hard pan. Anything below that is going to be pre-cultural and not of too much concern to the archaeologist. But to reiterate, this project here is just for the archaeology. Anything related to the construction of the enclosure will be on a separate permit that the
That's yet to come.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not being asked to consider the particulars of the structure or the piers, the enclosure.
Right. This
or
has
the
been the
piers.
targeted
Correct.
area for support this. And you have the learning curve of the Long Barrack building, which I assume is going to be something of the pattern you'll follow when you start the next step of the archaeology up against the base of the building.
Correct.
You
Yeah, so
won't do it as elongated swaths. You do it in this patchwork of swaths.
yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And if you have any questions about the enclosure, Lisa can answer that.
I'm jumping the gun. I'm
Yeah.
eager like watching the movie.
I would like to just reiterate that we don't know the depth of the piles yet. In fact, the archaeology is what we need to do first to make sure that we're not going to interfere with anything important. We found a couple of very significant things at the Long Barrack that we are now redesigning to avoid. So we want to take that first step. And the engineers who are designing the enclosure are waiting for the geotechnical results for them to understand the soil bearing pressure, to understand how deep they would need to go. And they will be coming back for permit for that piece, but that's not part of this application.
Is there any discussions, geotech gets me going, anticipation of water going that deep with springs potential?
Based on the findings from the previous borings that have been completed on the site and the hydrology report, the water table is somewhere around 25 to 29 feet around the church.
Okay, so,
Anticipated.
and that came from when they did the gate structure.
That came
out in the
from
old
a
street.
series of Robert Kistner investigations starting in 1986. So it's a
There's a
collection
real
of data.
history of those.
Yes, correct.
Okay, good. Thank you.
The archaeology plan was very detailed and excellent as usual. Thank you. Just for clarification, when the individual units are excavated, they will be excavated one at a time and then backfilled until such time that they're going to be doing the work for the roof structure. What about the larger excavation? How long will that be open?
So for the phase 2, you're correct on phase 1, those will be backfilled as we finish, and then the design team comes in and they do the drilling. For the drainage excavations, those are going to be done in a hopscotch manner, like we did at the Long Barrack, so we can get those good soil profiles. And those are going to be refilled almost immediately. So we're not going to leave those open for a long period of time. Again, this is going to be to ensure that whenever construction of that drainage system occurs, that they don't disturb any deposits. So whereas in the Long Barrack project, that was an emergency situation, and that was do the archaeology, leave it open, install the drainage system. This is going to be a little bit more phased, so we will not have the church exposed for long periods of time.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? Does anybody want to volunteer to read a motion?
I will move that the AAB recommend that the commission approve the issuance of archaeology permit for data recovery excavations associated with the Alamo Church Preservation Project, 41BX6, San Antonio, Texas.
Seconded. It's been moved and seconded. We'll go ahead and vote. We've had discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Hearing none, the motion passes to the commission meeting. And back here in the full commission, I will go ahead and make the motion. Move that the commission approve issuance of an archaeology permit for data recovery excavations associated with the Alamo Church Preservation Project, 41BX6, San Antonio, Texas. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion with the commission? Questions? Hearing none, we'll go to vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. And back over here at AAB, I believe our work is done, everybody, and thank you very much for your service. Right before you leave, and for all the commission as well, I did want to make special mention to Dr. Rogers, who organized a very special tour for myself and for my family, which included a little 7- and 8-year-old that are now in love with Davy Crockett. But thank you, Alamo Trust. Thank you, Colby Lanham, who did the tour for us. If all of us could, and many of us have already gone, but take the time to go back and see the Alamo, see what is being done. It is absolutely incredible what the Alamo Trust has been doing, all the staff, archaeologists, and people working on the Alamo. And I felt very honored to say that I was just this little bit part being on the THC. And I felt very connected to Davy Crockett, but much better yet, to see John Wayne's hat from the movie, and that was a big honor. All my training wanted me to grab that hat and run, but I did not. But anyway, thank you, Dr. Rogers, thank you, Alamo Trust, and thank you, AAB, for your service. We are adjourned.
Did you find the basement?
Okay, and for the commission, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:30.
I did not. Well, they didn't show it to me. I'm not part of the.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin in 2 minutes. All right, we will reconvene. It is 10:33, and with the agreement of the commission on the agenda, we are going to move forward to 12 historic sites. And with the agreement of Commissioner Crane, as chairs this committee, we'll move to 12.2, which is the David Hill land donation at San Felipe de Austin. We will do the action items, and I want to make certain, let me read the resolution, and then I want to ask for the approval of the commission, and then we're going to get a couple photographs. Resolution, Texas Historical Commission. Resolution recognizing the donation of property located north of Park Road 38 at the Brazos River in the town of San Felipe, County of Austin, State of Texas. It's going to be a long resolution. Whereas the Texas Historical Commission is an agency of the state of Texas, authorized to represent the state in all matters related to historic preservation, and serves as the State Historic Preservation Office as required by the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966, as amended. And whereas the mission of the THC is to protect and preserve the state's historic and prehistoric resources for the use, education, enjoyment, and economic benefit of present and future generations. And whereas the Commission, in pursuant of this mission, manages and operates 40 historic sites, including the San Felipe de Austin State Historic Site. Whereas in connection with furthering the educational programming at the historic site, the THC had a goal of securing and protecting certain adjacent archaeological critical properties. Whereas David A. Hill, Carl Froelich Pittman, and Kyle Froelich, hereinafter referred to as Hill family, have generously donated 14.74 acres of land along the Brazos River, extending to the west, north, and northwest of the existing state historic site to the Texas Historical Commission for the purpose of adding this property to the boundaries of the historic site and for the purposes of preserving in perpetuity the archaeological resources established as existing on the site. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Texas Historical Commission at its quarterly meeting on January 31, 2025, that the Texas Historical Commission expresses its sincere gratitude to the Hill family for their generous contribution of the said property, which will be added to the boundaries of the San Felipe de Austin State Historic Site. Additionally, the donated property shall be used and managed in accordance with the THC's policies and procedures, and the site will be used for active public archaeology programming and as well as other educational programming at the historic site. Further resolved that the THC shall appropriately recognize the Hill family for their donation through the Commission's approved naming opportunity. Whereas, therefore, the chairman and members of the Commission have approved this the 31st day of January 2025. To the Hill family, thank you so much. And David, it's been a journey, and I appreciate you finishing it. Thank you. Now, we're going to present these, and we have to have a photograph. What do you think?
One more.
I'll make it quick.
There's no stopwatch.
Okay. Well, since there's a bigger group here, I'll address it this way. Needless to say, this is, for those of you all that know the background on this property, it's a lot of sentimental attachment that our family has. My great-grandfather acquired the land of which this is a part of back in the 1880s and built a home there. Ultimately, my father and all four of his siblings were born in that home. The home's about 100 yards from this land that we've donated, and was born in that home and grew up there. You know, as a child, when we would go down to visit, which was frequently, y'all think you're getting ready to do archaeological studies. I actually started doing them about 65 years ago. And I can tell you back then, it was rich and ripe with things, so I'm really excited to see you guys get going on that. But then, and my father was a passionate historian. You know, I'm sure because he grew up on the site where the original colony was. Passionate about Stephen F. Austin and the San Felipe, what's become the San Felipe de Austin Historic Site. And so he had that passion, but then back in the mid-1950s, when the Texas, when the legislature formed the Texas Historical Survey Committee, which was, as you all probably know, the predecessor to the Historical Commission, he was the first executive director of it. I think maybe you told me the other night, served for about 10 or 12 years in that role. And so to have that connection to this property, anyway, to have it all evolve to this point in time, and we've had discussions with the state for probably 20 years over this. I know Lois Colthorst, back in 05, I think we had discussions, and she was leaning on me pretty hard about, hey, we at least want to buy your property. I said, we wouldn't even sell it to you until you guys show us that you're going to put some money in this site. So ultimately, the money came, the museum was built and finished in 2018, and then she then it really put the pressure on me. I went, okay, it's my turn. We got all the family ownership started out in a way where we could get in a position to do this, and our family is thrilled about being able to do it. My children and my grandchildren are thrilled about the legacy that we've created, so we're delighted to be able to do it, John, and participate with y'all.
Well, this has been a journey, and I thank you. I actually went out to his office outside of San Antonio, and learned over time that he's had a hand in a lot of development around central Texas and south Texas, but your commitment to making this happen and your families will start the archaeology very quickly, and I just can't say enough. Thank you. We're excited to see it all happen. Yep, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the whole room. Man, half the room got it.
I told you we had a big family.
We got a big family.
Well, and I want to make one other comment, that, you know, one of the things, my sister, who was very committed to the idea of let's donate this land to the state, unfortunately, before we could get all of the entanglements figured out, Ann Fralick, my sister, passed away. But thankfully, Kyle and Kara, her children, remained as dedicated as she was. And so that's part of how all this happened. Yep.
Thank you.
Just looking to make sure everyone. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Oh, wait a minute, we have Joseph.
Okay.
I'm going to call us back into session. It's 10:45 a.m. Under historic sites, if Commissioner Crane could be the microphone. 12-2, David Hill land donation. Consider approval of a naming opportunity for the David Hill land donation at San Felipe de Austin. I'm going to call. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, good morning. As you all know, back when we were building the museum at San Felipe, the Friends of the THC coordinated a capital campaign, and the commission at that time approved a list of naming opportunities for philanthropic contributions that came through for that campaign. Given this incredibly significant donation by the Hill family, Mr. David Hill and Kyle Fralick and Kara Fralick Pittman, children of Mr. Hill's sister, Ann Fralick, of the 14.74 acres of land, this donation falls under the list, the naming opportunities guidelines that the commission had provided. The cash value of this contribution, this gift, is the highest that has been received for this particular project. And given that significance, there were three naming opportunities at that level that we were able to present to the donors, to Mr. Hill and his family, and they have selected option number 2 in your packets, which is the naming of the archaeology lab. and again, related to the significance of the land itself. So we are asking the commission to approve the naming of the Archaeology Field Lab building, the Mars Complex, in recognition of this generous donation made by the Hill family, Mr. David Hill, Kara Freilich Pittman, and Kyle Freilich. The actual naming has been discussed with the family and is following the guidelines provided by this commission. So, and the name will also go at the top of the donor wall at the historic site.
Okay. John?
Sites Committee moves to approve.
Option 2, the naming of the Archaeology Field Lab building. Correct? Correct. All right. That's a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, family. Thank. And okay, we are at
the Friends of
Chairman, we have 12.2B, which was to approve the
right. That's what I was working on.
Oh, we got to do.
Consider approval of the resolution. This is obviously a formality by the commission recognizing the Hill family for the donation of the 14.74 acres of land to us, the THC, as an addition to the San Felipe de Austin State Historic Site. Motion?
Move to approve the resolution recognizing the generous donation of the property by the Hill family, David A. Hill, Kara Froelich Pittman, and Kyle Froelich to the THC as an addition to the San Felipe de Austin State Historic Site. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Being none, a call for a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's obviously a formality, but we got it done. Thank you, everyone. Okay. We are
Number 4.
for friends. We have a few. Hey. Donna,
I sure hope we do.
good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Hope I'm all right.
That's great. Good morning, Chairman Now, members of the commission. It is absolutely my pleasure to be here standing before you as the new chair of the Friends of the Texas Historical Commission Board of Trustees. It is our honor to be a strong and present partner to the THC and its preservation mission. But I think we've seen the fruits of us working together with what just happened with the Hill family.
Yep.
And I am just tickled beyond pink or blue or whatever to actually be able to witness kind of just the fruits of many years, both starting when I was actually on the commission and actually ending up now here. I also, for the record, want to thank my former chair, Sally Ann Schmidt, because she left me a pretty easy thing to do. So I do appreciate all of her efforts in helping me get to where I am here today. I'm happy to report that the Friends of the THC continues to thrive and we grow in our fundraising efforts. Our executive director, Anjali Zutzi, will make a full presentation of our accomplishments over the last fiscal year and will report on activities over the past quarter. But I really wanted to just give you a nutshell of some of the things that we've been doing. Last year, we raised over $1.76 million in operating project and program funding. Our endowments continue to grow, and we support critical programs, both of the commission and a few of our own. We have continued to expand our ability to be nimble, creative, responsive, and supporting critical THC goals. I think some point last year, we bought a tractor because they were, these are great things to tell my grandkids, say, hey, I bought a tractor this morning. This is evidenced in our ability to continue to help THC acquire critical properties and items like the additions to the Bush family home, Goodnight Ranch, Eisenhower Birthplace, state historic sites. And this first fiscal quarter of 2025 is already off to a great start. We have significant revenues already in place and several very important asks and projects that are in the pipeline. We are excited about all of the projects and programs we have in our portfolio currently, supporting the work at Levi Jordan, Caddo Mounds, and the Eisenhower Birthplace State Historic Sites, and supporting our Real Places Conference in April. It's coming up, and supporting education programs across THC and within the Friends. And I do want to highlight that Real Places Conference, because we're now starting to get both professionals in the field, but it's still a support system for everyone in our state. We're a vast state. Those counties, the county commissions, is one place that they can start to connect with the commission, connect with professionals, but connect with the information they need to do what they're doing, boots on the ground. As you hear the detailed report from Anjali, I also want to have on the record what a great executive director she is. She is tireless in her efforts. She makes my life incredibly easy. I like to say she's my boss because she knows how to get things done. So definitely listen to her and definitely do what she says. If you do run into me, I'll be more than happy to have a conversation with you and discuss and answer any questions that you might have. If I don't have the answer, I will I will not make up one. I will definitely point you in the right direction. And of course, I'm available. I love to talk about anything historic and what we're doing. As I close, I want to also just give a huge, big shout out to all of you. You make what we do easy. Our sites are great. There are ways that we can connect with people, connect with all Texans, both those born here, those that got here as quickly as they could, those that realized they had made a mistake for most of their life and are now here. So that is a huge thank you to all of you. And with that, please listen to Anjali. She has all of the nitty-gritty on everything that we do. Thank you. Great to see you all.
Thank you, Donna. I'll hold you to that. And Donna mentioned a tractor. I can top that. We bought a travel trailer and we bought 3 pounds of bacon for historic sites, educational projects. Not for us. All right, let me see. Oops. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it's my privilege to present a report from the Friends of the Texas Historical Commission. I'm going to jump right in and tell you what's going on with our fundraising efforts for different divisions, starting with community heritage development and Real Places. Our sponsorship building for Real Places 2025 is moving along at a very good pace. We have several recurring sponsors and some new sponsors that have come on board as well, including the list that you see over there. I do want to mention, as of yesterday, the Texas Historical Foundation has approved a 3-year grant to the Friends of the THC in support of the Real Places Conference, specifically focused on scholarships for students. We're really, really excited about that because that allows us to engage students in a more intentional way at the conference, and I want to thank my colleague Christy Peliquin for continuing to cultivate that relationship. We have to date about $131,000 in sponsorships with additional work ongoing. We have, as Linda mentioned yesterday, actually 20 partners in preservation now and 2 media partners, again, with additional work going on. For the Texas Main Street program, we received a $20,000 grant from the Communities Foundation of Middle Tennessee. This was a relationship cultivated by THC staff, CHD staff, and we stepped in to support that process, and we hold that money for building, capacity building training and workshops for the Main Street program. Historic sites, which again, as I say always, is a significant portion of the work that we do. In addition to buying tractors and bacon, we also buy real property for the THC. And our most current project is the Eisenhower Birthplace. It's a property we are holding, and we should be able to transfer this property to the THC in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So that project is going to complete the full circle. Washington on the Brazos, as you heard yesterday, we're standing by ready to help with the acquisition of that property as well. As it plays out, we should know in the next a couple of weeks. We're ready with our letter of intent to send to the landowners as well on that. Caddo Mounds, the fundraising for Caddo Mounds Phase 2, the Education and Activity Center, has been going on really well. We had mentioned grants that we received from the TLL Temple Foundation and the Keller Foundation. We also received a grant from the James I. Perkins Family Foundation in Tyler, and have been invited to submit a full request to the Mellon Foundation in New York for $550,000. A significant portion of that will be for the actual construction, but the foundation has specifically requested that we set aside and ask for $100,000 for educational program that is directed by the tribal council themselves. They want the council and the government, the nation, engaged in a formal way. And then we are also submitting a request to the Meadows Foundation in March. Back in December, we worked with Inez and Emily Hermans in the Historic Sites Division to submit a request to the IMLS for a grant supporting the THC Historic Sites digital education program. This is building on the virtual learning portal that we developed through the IMLS CARES Act funding back in 2021. If approved, this grant will support a partnership between THC and the University of North Texas and their portal on Texas history and the Texas History for Teachers piece of the portal that they have in place. And it's a really exciting partnership. I know that Historic Sites is already working with UNT on this, but really the focus is Texas teachers and students for this particular project. So we're really excited about that as well. A decision on this is expected in the summer of 2025. It may, the schedule may change a little bit, but we're hoping to hear back by the summer of this year. I had mentioned about our conversations with the Presidio La Bahia Foundation. We did receive the gift from them, and the gift was, and I apologize for that edit typo there, it's $1,075,680 that was transferred to the Friends of the THC for the benefit of that site. This gift establishes an endowment with the Friends of the THC, which will benefit the Presidio La Bahia site. A portion of this gift has already been set aside for immediate needs at the site, $40,000. And then the rest will come through distributions, annual distributions that will go into a fund specific for that site. There is some, the foundation is basically shutting down. They're going to shut their doors, so they have an end-of-year tax filing to complete, after which there might be a small final gift that will come our way as well towards that endowment. And we're really, really grateful for the foundation's faith in us and the gift that they have provided to THC, really, to support this site. A quick report, as a reminder, we advised the Washington on the Brazos Foundation on their capital campaign, and they've provided this update to share with you all. The total project budget is a number that was provided to them at the beginning of the capital campaign. That number has changed, but that's the budget that they're working off of for the campaign. They had a goal of about $10.5 million to raise, of which they have, thanks to 2 gifts, challenge gifts from Chairman Now, and additional foundation gifts and individual gifts that they have received, they have raised over $8.5 million already, and they have about $1.8 million to raise. towards that final goal, a quick look at what they have received in the last quarter. $500,000 from the Elkin Foundations, a gift from Frost Bank, gifts from foundation members. They also launched a public phase of the campaign in late fall of last year. So, and that public phase is focused on descendants and community members. They have cultivation events planned in College Station, which former Commissioner Daisy White is helping on, and then also in Washington County. And then they have some new commitments that have come from individuals. Again, the campaign is towards its last phase, and they do have several very strong requests out, and they're waiting to hear back on these. They have a request for $500,000 to the Abel Hanger Foundation in Midland. If approved, this will be a challenge grant, and so the foundation will have to raise a match to that. They do have another request planned to the Ed Rochelle Foundation. That this would be a second request to the foundation. They're in conversations with Diamondback Energy in Midland. They have a request and a decision pending with Burdine Johnson Foundation, and then some other conversations going on with a few other foundations as well. The focus for this last final phase is going to be primarily North and West Texas, and then local funders and families. Back to Friends activities, we have a few virtual events coming up. Our 2025 schedule of events starts in February. We have an event focused on Wilson Pottery's innovation and industry, creating a lasting legacy. We have, which I'm really looking forward to participating in on March 20th, is about how Texas women turned homecoming moms into a Lone Star phenomenon. There's history to that, so looking forward to watching that. And then some events focused on communities that don't necessarily get featured a lot. And this is some interesting story of a community coming into the Lone Star State and making this home. So again, very interesting, varied set of topics. I did want to share that back about 12 months ago, the Friends of the THC had a strategic planning process, and one of the key things that came out of that process was succession planning. What happens if any one of us get hit by a bus? How do we keep the wheels going seamlessly? And so the board has approved funding, and we are going into a succession planning process this coming week, actually. The priority is going to be to make sure that we have structures in place, including staff having the required training to be able to continue operations without any gaps, if any one of us is not there for a short period or a long period of time. We will come back to you with the results of that in April. And finally, as always, just a quick look on our financials. We have assets at about $5.75 million, a little over that. Our endowments, as Donna mentioned, have grown. We are almost at $2.5 million in endowments. We continue to be scrappy in our operations, so our operating budget stays low. Most of the money that we raise goes into projects and programs of the THC. I'm happy to answer any questions about the financials or anything else, but that's the end of my report.
Anjali?
Yes, sir.
Over here.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, David.
I should have a flashing light or something. Will we be including the officers, the trustees of the Bahia Foundation on an ongoing basis?
We have talked to them about that. They would like to be kept informed about activities that happen at the THC. I know that they're going to be connected and continue to communicate with Scott, who is the site manager at the Presidio. They don't want to be actively involved, and we even talked to them about potentially participating with the Friends of the THC, but they don't want to be actively involved. I think they want to take a step back and allow a new Friends group to come together around that site. But I know that they're going to continue to be engaged, at least with that site. Absolutely. And they're a wonderful group of people. It's been a privilege working with them. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? job that you do personally and your board is phenomenal. I think back when this was founded, and without your support, a lot of our key efforts would not be happening. So please convey our appreciation.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's see. At the Holocaust, I'm flipping around.
There I am.
Is Ken, oh, there you are. You're not
I'm here.
Ken.
Not Ken.
Joy Nathan.
I'm Joy Nathan. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Holocaust Genocide and Anti-Semitism Advisory Commission. We're shopping for a shorter name. My chairman, Ken Goldberg, expressed his regrets that he's not able to be with us this morning and appreciated connecting with many of you at the chairman's dinner on Wednesday evening. The THGAAC fulfilled our legislative responsibilities and issued 2 reports to the legislature before the start of the 2025 session. The first was a study on anti-Semitism, which noted the spike of anti-Semitic events in Texas after October 7th and included information on campus protests. The anti-Semitism report includes legislative recommendations to address and protect against Jewish hatred. The second legislative report was on the results of a survey on Holocaust Remembrance Week implementation. The findings were illuminating. We learned that roughly a third of Texas schools were unaware, a third of Texas schools were somewhat aware, and a third of Texas schools were very aware of Holocaust Remembrance Week, which was mandated in 2019 for all public schools in grades K through 12 to receive Holocaust instruction the last week in January. So we see opportunity. The Holocaust Remembrance Week report includes legislative recommendation to increase funding to support Holocaust education. Today marks the final day of Holocaust Remembrance Week for 2025. Thanks to our partnerships with the Texas Education Agency and the Texas Association of Rural Schools, who invited us to present to their organizations and distributed the THGAAC's approved materials and lesson plans, we received more than double the number of speaking requests for school presentations this year. There were also more requests for teacher training leading up to Holocaust Remembrance Week. Monday, January 27th was International Holocaust Remembrance Day. It was also the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. Governor Greg Abbott honored the millions of people killed during the Holocaust by lighting the governor's mansion yellow in honor of International Holocaust Remembrance Day. He also issued a proclamation for Holocaust Remembrance Week. Senator Phil King led a resolution on the Senate floor for International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Close to a dozen bipartisan senators spoke on behalf of the resolution and shared their support for Holocaust education and the need to combat anti-Semitism. The resolution passed unanimously, and the Lieutenant Governor and all members of the Senate signed the resolution. Commemoration programs for International Holocaust Remembrance Week took place across Texas this week, including city proclamations in Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, and Austin. We appreciate the Historical Commission's recent newsletter, which included Holocaust Remembrance Week and social media posts, as this raises awareness of Holocaust education to a larger audience. The Friends of the THGAAC continues to build momentum and is raising money to support the THGAAC's next grant cycle. Finally, the next THGAAC's quarterly meeting will be in Austin on March 5th. That concludes my report.
What a report. Questions, comments? Just one. Has there been any follow-up as a result of the, let's call them the student demonstrations about a year ago? There has, subsequent to that, there hasn't been any other
No, we continue to monitor it and are ready, but we haven't seen any more activity like that.
Great.
Correct. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thanks. We will move to 6. Joseph, you're on.
All right. I just want to give you an overview. We have 6 new positions, and this gives you an outline of where those new positions are in administration, division of architecture, finance and accounting, history programs, and then the next are the majority of 7 are in historic sites. We have 7 new positions there, most of them in maintenance, of human resource, and then information technology, as well as procurement and contract. So that just gives you an overview of the new staff coming on board to the agency. Thanks.
And Joseph, the new staff positions are a result of turnover and new positions authorized?
Correct. Most of these are basically turnovers, and then there's a few that are the new positions that have been created in the last biennium that are being filled.
That's your report?
That's it.
All right.
And then next, we can go over the meetings. Sorry about that. The meetings and consultations that have occurred in regards to the last couple of months. The big one is at the governor's office. We have a new representative that has been assigned. There's been a restructuring at the governor's office. Michael Moore, who you previously met, has been moved to a different area within the governor's office. And we have Alexia Beckman, Alexandra Becker, who is going to be our new representative. We've also been in consultation with the Caddo Nation on a number of items in regards to the development out at Caddo Mounds State Historic Site. The Admiral Nimitz Foundation, I want to announce that we have a new president, General Salazar, who is replacing General Hagee. We have been working with Prairie View on a development of a memorandum of understanding that has been finalized. And then I continue to have conversations with our site managers, and we have a site managers meeting scheduled in 2 weeks in Victoria. The chairman wanted me to give you an overview of the trust funds that we are managing with the state. This gives you the Historic Infrastructure Sustainability Trust Fund. We were appropriated $300 million. Currently, in the account, we have $352 million that is on deposit. We pulled our first draw in October, which was the 11.5 million. And of that 11.5, by statute, we break that down between the courthouse program and then historic sites. So there you get the breakdown between the two. The funding for historic sites is restricted to facility improvements, preservation, restoration, and we have identified a number of projects that you had previously approved in the last quarterly meeting. The next slide gives you an overview of the Texas Preservation Trust Fund. We have a fund balance of $11.6 million. We, on average, get roughly $330,000 that is awarded to grant recipients. And that one is administrated through Brad Patterson and his team. And that just gives you an overview on those. So there's the two trust funds that we are working on a regular basis, and that gives you a brief overview. Do you have any questions?
Let me say, a couple of meetings ago, the distribution of some of the funding came up, and I had more than one commissioner ask me, where the hell's the money coming from? So I wanted Joseph to touch on the two major funds. That's why we're going through it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Joseph?
Yes.
Question. I'm down here.
He's the one with the hat on.
I'm the one with the hat. What is the character, just to remind us, what is the character of the grants that are made out of this fund?
Brad could probably better give an overview of the types of projects that are awarded.
So that everybody here repeat the question.
Sure. Commissioner Gravel has asked to characterize the kinds of grants that come out of the Texas Preservation Trust Fund. And so In any given year, we have a couple of grants that tend to be for archaeological. We can also do acquisition of historic properties, assist with the acquisition, not of our properties, but for third parties. We can spend the money for planning for properties, and we also have education types of grants and initiatives that can be done. The statute ties it to the preservation of properties that are eligible or listed on the National Register, as well as our state designations.
Thank you, Brad.
Before you leave, the corpus of these two trust funds, can we get a report at all in terms of what the return is on the management of those funds?
Yeah, I think for the infrastructure trust fund, the first one, the large fund that was recently created, I think the distribution is 3.5%.
Yep.
So the Safekeeping Trust, which is affiliated with the Comptroller's Office, although it's kept outside the state treasury, weird stuff like that. But it's through them. They decide what the distribution is. They do it relatively conservatively. And they have projected it for the next few years. So like, I think the Sustainability Trust Fund this year was 11.5. I think it goes up to 11.7 that they anticipate we'd be able to draw coming this September of this year. And then it ratchets up a little bit higher. Actually, I think they conservatively estimated 11.7 each of the next 2 years. But they'll update that. They calculate it on a rolling basis. And we could share that.
I understand that. My question is more in terms of what kind of a return are they getting on their invested funds?
They're getting a higher return than we're allowed to disperse.
Well, I understand that, but it would be, since these are trust funds administered by the commission, it would be good if we had a report in terms of what is the return that is being managed by the Office of the Controller, right?
Yeah, we have documents that they give us that show the increase in the corpus, so essentially the return that's projected each year. And then additionally, the numbers and the calculations for how our disbursement is calculated by them. So I don't know the percentage of what they're projecting to return.
We can get a full report from the Texas Treasury.
It would be good if we could, not today, but in future meetings, if we could see what is the actual return. And the payout then is projected at around 3 to 4%, right?
Yeah.
And just, my job is to spend money. It's not to know how money is made.
Yeah.
But, so consider the source. But these are not funds, the Texas Historical Commission has no direct involvement in how these funds are invested. We are just given access to them using a formula that they provide for us. And we may use the percentage that they allow us on these annual withdrawal bases to spend, which is the part I understand.
Correct. It's dedicated to certain uses which are attached to the commission and for our use, but the management of the fund is entirely under the jurisdiction of the Safekeeping Trust and the Comptroller.
But we could get that
We
information.
can get that information. We'll get that information.
But it's not necessarily something that we can
Brad, would you
effect
give
or
a little
comment on.
history about the use of these funds historically when the budget was cut?
Yeah, back in the session that would have been 2011, session in 2011, setting up the budget for the 2 subsequent years, when our agency was threatened with first closure or elimination, and then ultimately had some very significant staffing and financial cuts. One of the concessions to keep the agency operating that was that they changed the legislation to allow us to use a portion of the corpus of the trust fund. And then after that crisis was over, that biennium, they then reinstituted the legislation that prohibits us from using it for operations. And I don't have the exact number, but it utilized almost half of the amount at that time, and I think we calculated some interest and things like that, trying to figure out, and it's about $7.5 million that would be needed to make up the buying power. So we had gotten to where instead of $330,000 to $360,000 in grants, prior to that session, we were at around $550,000 a year that we were able to give out in grants. And we've never been able to recover that granting power, purchasing power of those grants since then.
Carol,
Yeah.
Carol, do you have
Yeah.
some information?
The money people are here to help. So let's go back to our first disbursement in October. The fund was about $362 million, and then we got about 11.5 million in October. So that's how much we had earned. The initial investment was $330. We were at $362. We received 11 million, and then right now where we sit, we're at 352 million. And so we do have that report, and we can kind of break that down for you. But does that help with the question?
Do you have any information about exactly how they're investing those funds?
Just as a matter of interest.
Well, yeah, I can get that information. We do have that. But I just wanted to kind of give some numbers. So from 330, after about roughly a year, we're at 362 million. We did a disbursement of 11.5 million. And then where we are now, we're right back to 352, and we're going to do another disbursement this September as well.
Well, I think the interest, what we would like to know is exactly what is the average gain on that?
Looks like the average gain, well, let me not do that. I'll get the information for you. Let me know.
Fritz, we'll get a whole download for the whole commission. Let's just say that the development of that fund was interesting. And without that, there's a number of things we can't be doing, but we have absolutely no input on how it's invested. We get a report, here's your money, and that's about it. And it's been that way since it was founded. Yep. Okay. What else? Joseph? Do you have a?
I believe
That's your
we are,
report?
that's my
That's your
report. That's
All
my
right.
report.
We'll go to number 7, consent items. Commission may approve agenda items 7.1 through 7.7 by a majority vote on a single motion. Any commissioner may request that an item be pulled from this consent agenda for consideration, excuse me, as a separate item. So to the commissioners, are there any consent items that should be taken into consideration as a separate item? I hear none, so if there's no objection, we'll approve agenda items 7.1 through 7.7. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Number 8, agency services and communications. Garrett?
So, Chairman, we had a good meeting yesterday. We talked again about the improvements that have been made in procurement services and the escalation of the timing for processing that stuff again. We also looked a great deal at the mobile app as it's been rolled out, and we're excited that very soon we're going to have a large launch event of some sort to really bring it. One note there, I think Chris mentioned yesterday, there's probably almost 200,000 downloads between Google and Apple devices of that platform already, and that is simply by word of mouth. It's not been advertised at all. So we're very excited about that platform going forward. So, and that's the agency services and communications report.
All right, question?
I know this has evidently been something that's come up before, but we don't really have an online presence. I don't know if this is the right agenda item to bring that to the fore, but I think it's something we ought to visit, as far as the credit card, being able to take credit cards and that kind of stuff for merch.
They're working on that, but that is a very large project that has been ongoing for 3 to 4 years, and that had to do with scrapping the original purchase order system or the point of sale system that they had. There's also issues with internet and some others, so it's been a very large ranging project, but that is on the list of things.
Yeah, I just think with all the incredible work that the commission's been working on and all these projects, there's going to be a lot of interest. I love that ornament. That thing is beautiful. It's like the Capitol ornaments. They're so pretty. I mean, I've got all of the Capitol ornaments because I love them so much. And I think with all the interest, all the investment that we're putting into these places, things like the ornaments and special, all these visits are going to be, when we get done with this project, with all these projects, there's going to be a lot of interest around stuff coming from these sites or that represent these sites, because they're going to make a big impact.
Thomas Wilhelms, I forgot, I can't tell you his title, but.
Yeah.
Bird revenue.
Whatever that title is, but he's the data guy that's really putting all the data together that's helping justify, but he's the one that helped design the systems as well to bring it forward. So it's getting there. They did as they said yesterday, they did their first ones, but it was more of they advertised very heavily and then you had to call in to do it. Taking credit cards is a difficult task. It is not an easy thing to do. There are lots and lots of rules surrounding being able to receive someone's credit card, so we have to do that in a very careful manner. So there's steps there, but the agency has taken steps to move toward being able to do that and have a fully merchandised presence online. It's getting there.
Yeah. And we have, within our exceptional items, we have our IT modernization, which includes being able to get our retail out. And then we also have a position identified for an e-commerce platform position to be able to help.
And there is a subcommittee of the Historic Sites Committee that meets regularly and is focused on merchandising, but that is a big part of the discussion. David Gravel, myself, and Renee all serve on that committee, and we try and keep an eye and make sure that that's not lost on the staff.
Yeah, I hesitate to even bring this up, but, and probably this is a bad idea, but maybe it's a good idea. For the Friends, so why isn't there a retail division piece to that, to the Friends for this, where they would sell the merchandise?
Friends.
Because we operate the gift shops in all of the sites that the Friends don't.
Right, but I'm saying if we were able to contract out basically with the Friends for this particular piece.
It still has the problem of a ramp-up time period, whether it's our inventory owned by the state, so we can't, it makes it more difficult to contract with them because the inventory is owned by the state.
Okay. But anyway, you guys are working on this is something that we need to get going. I just, I don't want to lose the opportunities here because they're going to be pretty substantial, I think.
We're hoping so, yeah. Do we have anything else on archaeology? I don't think so. Architecture, Lori?
Yes, sir, we had a good meeting yesterday, and I'm hoping, we have several action items, but I'm hoping we can run through all of the things, our information and action items, really quite quickly, because I know we're here for a while.
Yes, I just wanted to briefly mention that we anticipate 2 upcoming courthouse rededications. I'd love to see multiple commissioners there if you are available. The first will be the Wise County Courthouse on Wednesday, May 1st, followed by the Taylor County Courthouse on Friday, May 16th. I also wanted to quickly mention that we have just celebrated the 10th anniversary of the Texas Historic Preservation Tax Credit Program with 496 certified projects representing $5.3 billion in private reinvestment in historic properties. And so with that, I will turn it over to Susan Teets, the program coordinator for the Texas Historic Courthouse Preservation Program, to walk us through items 10.2 and 10.3. Thank you.
And again, Ms. Teets, I'm sorry, I didn't talk with you before. We did go through this in some detail, so if you can be brief,
Very brief.
that would be much appreciated.
Okay, so we have two recaptures. The first one is the Kimball County, this was a Round 11 planning grant, and essentially their project came in costing less than expected. The county is aware of this and agrees with this recapture of $41,742.10. And then the Van Zant County Commissioners Court voted in October to return their Round 13 full restoration grant due to a change of two of the commissioners who became unsupportive of the project, and that recapture will be $9,576,427. We also have some supplemental funding requests. This is the Hall County Courthouse. They received a Round 12 full restoration grant. Their contingency, which is essentially the pot of money that they set aside, has already been fully depleted, leaving only $9,000 left in their contingency, and they still have another at least year left on their project. And so we are recommending, the program always recommends at least 10% of the construction cost in contingency. And so we are recommending paying our percentage of that, what we think is needed to continue the project, which is 65% of $465,000. So they began their project with only a 5% contingency, so we're essentially, due to large bids coming in. So we are now recommending replenishing their contingency so that they can make decisions quickly if they need to accept change orders. And then at the end of the project, if they did not use that contingency, we will recapture any of our portion that we funded. And please let me know if you have any questions as we go along. This is the Wise County Courthouse. I know you heard from Judge Clark this morning. Essentially, they had over $1 million in change orders, which have increased the cost of their project. They only submitted items that were directly associated with restoration, and all of them were unforeseen. Things like discovering that they had a very ornamental cast iron stair, which is all being replicated. You can see here, this is the atrium where they formerly had an elevator installed. So they've now removed that elevator and will be replicating the historic winding cast iron stair. And there were numerous other items that were all unforeseen and all related again to what I would consider to be very important to the restoration of the building. And so we're recommending our percentage, which is 54%, of just those items that the county submitted, which was totaled about $584,815. And again, those were just, they had over $1 million in change orders, but they only submitted these limited number. And so all of this supplemental funding always requires that the county put in their percentage in match.
So, thank you, Ms. Teets. The committee, in our meeting yesterday, moved to bring forward each of these four items, 2 recaptures and 2 supplemental awards, as Ms. Teets described. Mr. Chairman, do I need to read each of these individual
please.
motions? All right. Move to approve recapture of funds from Kimball County in the amount of $41,742.10. Is that the correct amount? I think we had a number that was. Thank you. And move to approve recapture of funds from Van Zant County in the amount of $9,576,427. There are two other parts to this motion if you'll advance. Move to approve supplemental funding to Hall County in the amount of $272,739, which will require a minimum local match of 35% of the increased cost. And move to approve supplemental funding to Wise County in the amount of $315,800, which will require a minimum local match of 46% of the increased cost. Is there an
Lori,
adjustment?
There is an error on there. That should be $302,250 to Hall County.
Wait a minute, hold on. We've got to go back to the first motion. We need to do that first.
So if you want to do it,
Pardon?
if you want to do, okay, this is all posted as one agenda item. It's very confusing in how it's presented, but are these numbers correct?
Yes, they are.
All right. Commission, if you wouldn't mind taking a vote on parts 1 and 2, which involve recapture.
Second.
Is there any discussion or question? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. And the second part of the motion has to do with supplemental funding, and I understand one of those numbers is incorrect, and that relates to Hall County.
Yes,
So-
and I corrected that. I'm not sure how it reverted back.
So the action we're taking is to move to approve supplemental funding to Hall County in the amount of $302,250, which will require a minimum local match of 35% of the increased cost. And then, as previously read, move to approve supplemental funding to Wise County in the amount of $315,800, which will require a minimum local match of 46% of the increased cost. Again, the committee recommended this, and we have a second. Further discussion? Questions?
Any discussion? And again, were those numbers she stated are the correct ones?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Then,
Call for a vote then. All in favor, say aye.
aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
And, Mr. Chair, we have one more action item for you.
Right.
Okay, so as we mentioned, we recaptured a very large full restoration grant from Van Zant County when they returned their grant. And we met with the Architecture Committee December 17th, 2024, to go over how they would like to see that money reallocated. And yesterday, they made a motion. So before reallocating the funds, we are left with that supplemental funding and recapture. We have a balance of nearly $9.3 million in the courthouse fund. And the committee believed that the full restoration grant that was returned should be reallocated as a full restoration grant, and the next highest scoring county is Freestone County. The committee did discuss other options that involved funding emergency projects instead, and the committee unanimously landed on this project. So we're recommending, and the committee recommends, a full restoration grant to Freestone County in the amount of $6,379,490, which would require a local match of $859,928.
I have one question.
Yes.
Is the county committed to the match?
Yes, they are committed to the match, and not only that, this county self-funded their plan, so they're shovel-ready.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, so we have, yes.
In the original ranking of the full restoration, where did this one land?
So this was the next highest scoring after Gonzales, and Gonzales is in the middle of producing their plans and specs. And so that Gonzales County scored higher than Freestone, but they were not shovel-ready. So they still need another 2 years to complete their plans and specs to become shovel-ready. So this was the next highest scoring.
This also is a painfully complicated action
Yes.
item with 2 or 3 parts to it, so.
Yes. So the other grant, Round 13 grant that we are recommending is for Donley County. So Donley County submitted a Round 13 grant application, and staff, after evaluating their application, made a decision to reduce their grant award and require a higher match from the county. And once we awarded that grant, they no longer were able to complete the project. They have a very urgent element of that application, which is that the brick veneer wall is starting to pull away from the building and is threatened with collapse. So we are recommending, after hearing from the county, that they will not be able to even accomplish this, a very critical work, that we are recommending additional funding to reduce their match. So Donley County, with the match that they have, which is a little over $800,000, will be able to accomplish this project with this additional funding. And so we are recommending an additional award of $255,154 to Donley County to supplement their Round 13 award. Any questions about that?
So that's the element we would vote on, is the additional grant.
The additional grant. So yes, so we already awarded them 2.4 or 2.3. Yes, so sorry, yeah, that's very complicated. So then, in December, one of the reviewers and I visited the Washington County Courthouse. We were actually going to meet about some site work they had planned, and the day before we arrived, a very heavy spandrel panel fell from the 3rd floor, and the spandrel panels sit between the windows in the window bay. This is a marble panel, and it fell to the ground and narrowly missed a gas meter, which would have obviously been devastating had it hit that. So they quickly called their architect and structural engineer who assessed the building. They determined some scope of work that is needed to essentially remove the panels, replace the rusted steel lintels, which is why the panel fell in the first place, and then replace those lintels and the spandrels. We wanted to offer the commission the option of doing a very minimal project, which would essentially remove all of the marble panels from the building, as well as one marble panel over the main entry, and then essentially replace those with painted plywood so that the building would at least be stable until the next grant cycle, so that they could then apply for the remainder of the project during a competitive grant cycle. Yesterday, the committee chose to go with the larger project, which includes not just removing the panels, but replacing the corroded steel lintels and then putting the panels back up onto the building. And included in that is also some work on the windows, and because once you're removing those lintels, it's much easier to go ahead and remove the windows. And so staff felt it made sense to do this a little bit fuller project under this emergency grant out of cycle.
Lori?
Yes, sir.
That's our staff. What does the county say?
So the county, this would address all of the urgent needs of the county. Now, the county did include some landscaping and site work in their request that we feel uncomfortable funding, since this is not a competitive process.
Well, also not an emergency.
And not an emergency. So I spoke with the architect in great detail to find out which were the most critical items required, and so that's what these two different project options.
And you've reviewed that with county staff, with the judge?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So, is there anything else? So again, we have a complicated motion with three components. One is the supplemental award to Freestone County, a supplemental award to Donley County, and an emergency out-of-cycle grant in the higher amount to Washington County. Shall I read each of these?
Yes, please.
All right, move to approve a Round 13 full restoration grant to Freestone County in the amount of $6,379,490, requiring a minimum match of 12% of the total project cost, or $859,928.
Second?
Yep.
You're going to make one at a time?
Do you want me to do one big motion or individual motions?
One big, right?
One big one.
Thank you. Move to approve additional funding and an increased Round 13 grant award to Donley County in the amount of $255,154, which will require a minimum local match of $457,937 to address the urgent brick veneer repairs only. And finally, move to approve an emergency grant out of cycle to Washington County in the amount of option 1, $2,234,653, which will require a local match of 30% of the total project cost, or $957,708, period.
Second?
Motion and a second. Yes.
Did we get a second?
Yes, we have a second from Commissioner
I wasn't
Gravel.
certain. Yes, please, go ahead.
So which did the committee recommend? Option 1 or option 2?
The committee
Because that's
recommended
what you're
option 1.
presenting.
The committee
Okay.
recommended option 1.
Yes, okay.
And,
So the motion is option 1?
Correct.
From the committee?
right, and that's why I only read that part. And that leaves, by the way, a balance in the grant funds for the program of $414,011.12, if you're keeping up with those details. Further discussion?
Yeah. Do we have any discussion?
And I will just mention that we have received, it's continues to be a land rush, and so the staff put letters from other counties requesting consideration for their grant needs. However, the staff and the committee have evaluated within the constraints and the procedures already in place for reviewing Round 13 grants, using the same evaluation structure that we already have. So we're endeavoring to be consistent and fair, and therefore, these other counties will need to just come back to us in the next grant round.
Okay, so we have, the motion is option 1. Any discussion? Call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great, it passes.
Ends the Architecture Committee report.
Thank you. We'll move to 11. Pete.
Community Heritage Development, and I think we're going to put Linda on speed talk. We only have one action item, and we can discuss that briefly and then vote. So
Sure.
you're on.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. I had given an update on Real Places, but you've heard a little bit about that already from Anjali this morning. I did want to point out our keynote speakers. We have Rosie Rios, Andrew Failer, Mandy Lockaby, Andrew Torgett, and we'll be doing a celebration of the Courthouse Preservation Program in the final luncheon. We discussed Texas Main Street Program, including that we are continuing to work with staff and commissioners on ideas for the First Lady, a tour and event. We held workshops as usual around the state. We also launched the First Street Initiative, which you heard about in October. And this is our 15 communities that are in our inaugural cohort. So this is a really good group that we're working with. And out of these, Borger and Colleen are very strongly committed to the Main Street application process. So we will be receiving their applications in mid-June. And so we will have 2 new cities in the fall. And then other communities that have expressed an interest in that are Navasota and Cibolo, but they are not as far along in their planning processes. So we're going to see what we can do to help get them to that application and have successful applications for consideration. So then this is what's upcoming for that First Street Initiative. So this is, again, the community support, getting people working toward Main Street, if that is their desired path, and we also have options for them if they just need some more time with preservation tools and local planning before they get to that. We've had successful Museum on Main Street exhibitions. You heard a little bit about that from Valerie Bates earlier from the Tropical Trail. The exhibition moved from Clifton to Brenham during the last quarter, and then just in the last couple of weeks moved to Rockport. And one of the great strengths of this program is that local community support, and there's just been so many good partnerships that come out of that. We have our Texas Heritage Trails Program statewide meeting upcoming in a few weeks. And we also will be launching the application process for the next round of Museum on Main Street exhibitions, which will be called Spark, and it's all about innovation in rural communities around the state. I did make special note yesterday and wanted to let everybody know that there will be a special event in Buffalo Gap on March 14th, which is the night before the Buffalo Gap exhibition of moms, and there will be a big event there. And we'll be sharing information with you in case you would like to attend that. In the next quarterly meeting, we'll be doing a deeper dive on some of our data, but these continue to be some really successful aspects of our programming, as you know. And we heard from the senators this week that they are interested in heritage tourism. So we will make sure to have good information. But we've been looking at data, and for the first quarter of fiscal year 2025, travelers made more than 27 million total trips to heritage sites and attractions in the state, and that totaled more than 41 million visitor days spent in Texas with an average of 1.5 days per trip. This is not uncommon, but the top origins of other states, people coming here, Oklahoma, Louisiana, California, Florida, Arkansas, and Colorado, and about 1/3 of those travelers that identify as heritage travelers are between the ages of 45 and 64. So again, we'll be putting together some more data for you at the next meeting, but we're really always excited to see how many people are coming to the state and enjoying our historic sites. These were the Texas Treasures Business Award nominees received last quarter, and I mentioned yesterday that one of our most successful social media posts ever, as reported to me this past week, was about the Dixie Chicken. Because
A fine establishment. I remember it well.
Cannot be let down by that. So anyways, we also, we had some reporting on the Certified Local Government Program. We welcomed 2 new CLGs to the program, Montgomery County and the city of Mesquite. And the team, as usual, held trainings and did a lot of community outreach. And that takes us to the one action item you have before you, which is item 11.2 in your packets. This is to consider the approval of the staff recommendations for the fiscal year 2025. That's the federal fiscal year certified local government grants. We can go over evaluation criteria if you so desire, but these were the grant applications we received, and we only received this cycle. So there is some remaining money, but based on an interdisciplinary staff scoring team and process, these are ranked in order of score. The motion before you is to commit or to award those in the order that as money becomes available. That is dependent. Yeah.
I'll read it.
If you're ready for that, we can go to that and we can get more information on the individual grants if you need that information.
Sure. I'll read the motion. Move approval of the ranking and funding as presented for the fiscal year's 2025 certified local government grants based on the availability of federal funds. Funds will be committed in the ranked order as they become available. Individual recommended funding amounts may be adjusted as necessary to ensure the efficient use of the available funds. The Commission waives the match requirement for the NAPC statewide membership.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Being none, call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. Did a great speed talk, so thanks.
Did well.
Yep.
And, okay, as historic sites, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Crane here in a minute. I wanted to take the opening of this. Everyone should have this pack. There will be no test on it today.
Today.
We had this done as a result of testimony I had to give and followed another agency that had a very good and professionally done study of economic impact. So we went out, Gallagher, because they are very familiar with our sites, provided this study. Clearly, heritage tourism is a business all of its own. And while the session is in, both for elected officials and in community talks, this kind of information is very, very beneficial. We are a business that helps the local communities where these sites are. And that was the reason we had this done. And I'd suggest, especially if you have one of the sites in your area, get to know these numbers, because it'll help with local officials. Okay, John.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a wonderful meeting, as we always do, at historic sites, and always keep ourselves busy. And I will turn the program over to our esteemed Executive Director,
All right.
Bell, the executive, who can talk about the major items that were discussed.
Yep, we'll go through very quickly. The first item is the deaccessioning of items from the National Museum of the Pacific War and Varner Hogg. The committee approved this to be moved forward to the full commission, and we have the motion page.
I'll make the motion. Move to approve the deaccession of items from the National Museum of the Pacific War and Varner Hogg Plantation State Historic Sites.
Second.
Motions. There's a second.
We have a motion. Go ahead, I'm sorry, John.
Any discussion? We'll vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right. The next item is consideration of an easement at San Jacinto State Historic Sites. This is a pipeline easement that has been detailed. The next one should have a map, I believe. Nope. All right, next one. The committee approved the approval of the easement, so this is the motion page.
The committee recommends to the commission that we move to approve the staff to proceed with finalizing the easement agreement.
Second.
And
We
a
have a
second.
motion. I have a question. For what consideration are we granting the easement?
There's a financial payment that'll be given for the easement. I believe it's $5,500 for a 10-year easement, and then an opportunity to renew.
Okay, so it's roughly 5,500. Thank
Correct.
you, thank you.
Yep.
I just didn't see that.
Yep.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, we'll vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
All right. The next item is the, consider the acquisition of property at Washington on the Brazos State Historic Site. We had a great presentation by Jonathan Baylor, our site manager, and committee recommends that staff move forward with getting the details detailed and coordinate with Angeli at the THC Friends to work through the details for that lease purchase arrangement.
I'll make the motion. Move to approve the authorization to acquire the 5-acre property adjacent to Washington on the Brazos State Historic Site and seek legislative capital authority to finalize the acquisition.
Second.
We have a second. Are there any questions about this matter.
I have one comment. I know in the discussion yesterday, there was discussion of separating the minerals from the surface and everything. There needs to be, I don't know what the state rules are, but there needs to be some consideration about protecting the site
Yep.
from the ability to exploit those minerals, as the owner of the minerals will have the right to do that, but it needs to be taken into consideration now, not later.
Okay. Good point.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other comments? We'll vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Anything else?
That should wrap everything up.
Okay. We're done.
Okay. History programs.
Thank you, Chairman. We had a lot to do, and we did it all very well, and we have a couple of action items. However, I do want to note that item 13.4 is no longer on the table, as that has been resolved, and staff did a good job of fixing that up. Charles may talk very quickly about it, but Charles, lead us through a quick report and our action items.
Sure, I'll do
Please.
that very quickly. So a number of things going on in the division, but probably most pertinent to the full commission here is that our 5-year contract with Eagle Sign and Design for markers ended last year. We went out for bidding for the new marker contract, and we ended up with a primary contract again with Eagle Sign and Design. But thanks to Dr. Agali and her staff, we were able to secure a secondary contract also with Southwell Company. This, you'll recognize the name. The original Southwell Company for decades did our markers. This new Southwell Company is not the same, but it's in the same family and has some of the same employees with this company. It's in Corpus Christi. They actually came in with better prices on a number of different items, so they'll be handling those items while Eagle Sign Design handles the rest of them. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and it's important to note, asked in commission yesterday are the foundries American, U.S. made? And yes, they are. They all go to U.S. foundries, so.
Absolutely. The second item is undertold markers. Once again, our cycle completed just a few months ago. I just want to thank all the staff across divisions who evaluate all these markers and came up with 15 recommendations. We're excited about moving forward with these. There's no action on this, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The first action item for us is 13.3, approval of price changes for historical markers. The last time we changed prices was about 3 years ago. Since then, the prices have risen steadily for markers, and they continue to rise with the new marker contracts we have. So these new prices are reflecting those and anticipating continued price increases. For the first 3 years of our next 5-year contract, prices will remain the same, but they can be renegotiated on the 4th year and 5th year. So we're anticipating that. This is just some of the more popular markers. You have the full table in your packet. You'll notice that we actually went down on price for the 16 by 12 plaques, so we were looking at the wide range of different pricing for the different types of markers. We have in the item itself, or the motion itself, I'm not only asking for the price changes for 2025, but I'm giving a range for the entire 5-year contract, so hopefully we won't have to continue coming back every time there's a bump in pricing. Yes, Chairman.
What's the difference between the contract price and the sponsor price?
It's going to differ between each marker, but we are not making a lot of money on each marker. It's maybe about $100 to $300 per each. Some of them closer to $50 even. It's always been a very small amount.
But the contract price is the price you are charged, and the sponsor price is the price
correct.
you charge to the
So the contract price is what we're
applicants.
paying, yes. And then the sponsor price is what the sponsor will be paying on the markers. Thank you, Lori, for helping me understand the question.
You hit it. That's what I was trying to understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we have a motion for you.
we move to, or I make the motion, move to adopt approval of price changes for official Texas historical markers for 2025 through 2029, as recorded in the attached table.
Okay, I have one follow-up question. Are the margin percents, what you're recommending here, the same as prior cycle?
It's relatively the same, and the range is going to cover us, I think, for keeping that margin, but also anticipating that they could potentially go way up. And I've been expecting that for years, but it hasn't happened yet, what
If
the.
you would, please
costing us.
get for me the margin, the dollars and the percents. 'Cause
We can do that. That's not.
I've been asked that, all right?
We will do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we had a motion. Did we have a second? Okay, so, we've had some questions. Any more? Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any objections? Hearing none, the motion passes.
The next item, as Commissioner Garcia mentioned, has already been taken care of. So this was a marker removal request. Because of the length of time that we're given in the marker rules, we had to get this on the agenda. But between the time that it was posted and our meeting yesterday, we were able to get the landowner to agree to relocate the marker instead of removing it. It's going to be just around the bend there. You can't see it in the picture I included here, but I think there's a map in your materials. But a little bit further down the road around the bend, the marker will still be facing the school site, will be off the owner's property, and TxDOT will be working with us to make that movement. So no motion is needed on this item, but if you have any questions, again, I'm happy to answer them. The final item for us is 13.5, and I needed to write down a few notes here because it's a little confusing to me too. So in a few minutes in the executive committee, you all are going to be looking at an item to adopt a rule amendment that reauthorizes our advisory committees. One of our advisory committees is State Board of Review. So you're also going to be seeing similar items to this one. What you're doing in this item is you're going to be to reappoint all these State Board of Review members that are currently serving. You're going to be reappointing a couple whose terms have expired, and it's all contingent upon that amendment being adopted by you all in a few minutes. So instead of normally just reappointing a couple members, you're reappointing the entire board. Was that clear?
Move to.
Go ahead.
We move to appoint members as presented to the State Board of Review, effective upon the reauthorization of the board by rule adoption. I hear a second and no questions, discussion. Hearing none, I'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the motion passes. And we are done. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is 12:10. The committee report, I'll hold for a minute. 14.2, approval of nominating committee recommendations of candidates for vice chair and secretary.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the nominating committee has met, and our recommendations are that the vice chair will be Commissioner Donnelly, and the secretary will be Kathy McKnight.
Is there any discussion? Being none, have a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Tag, you're it. Okay, 14.3, consider dates, locations for July, October of this year's quarterly meetings. Joseph?
What is recommended is the July 31st and August 1st meeting will be in Amarillo, and then the November meeting will be November 6th and 7th in College Station. And those are the recommendations.
I'm spending more time in Amarillo than I am at my house. Is there any discussion about why the date, two options in July?
The July was the original date that was on the calendar.
And so we're voting,
We're voting to move it to July 31st and August 1st.
And my recollection from the discussion yesterday is maybe 3 or 4 commissioners will not be able to make that change, but we will still have a quorum.
okay?
We were going to defer 2026 until later.
2026.
No.
Okay, I may be the only one in the room that's lost. So we are voting on the July 31, August 1 date, confirming Amarillo, correct? Then College Station, 6-7 November, and the 26 dates for the last two, correct?
In the conversations we had, we decided that the 2026 we would defer because we didn't know exactly how everything would be playing out.
So we are, let me go
So
back then.
we're not approving. So can I make a motion, sir, and that might clarify?
Yeah.
How about that?
Hey, darn sure my idea, go ahead.
As recommended by the Executive Committee, move to approve the dates and locations for the 2025 quarterly meetings as noted on the list above. With the caveat that July 31st and August 1st being the July meeting in Amarillo.
Second again.
We got motion and a second, I'm glad we have clarification. We're dealing with 25 only.
Correct.
Got it.
There was a question that the Corpus Christi one was something that you would want to look at for the future.
Yep, and that's because of the courthouse and the museum. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the recommendations for the back half of this year. Any further discussion? Being none, call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And anybody that wants to go to Amarillo with me? The reason I'm commenting on Amarillo, we have an ongoing challenge for a West Texas A&M University Museum. And it's required a number of trips to Amarillo. We'll be back up there, I think, in a couple weeks.
February 7th.
Yeah.
Next week.
And we don't have, if you've heard about this, I can tell you there is absolutely no resolution. I'm not certain that there's any direction yet. But there is a museum up there. They need to improve it. The chancellor of the A&M system is very interested in this. So we'll have a further report once there's some clarification. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Yep.
We're offering our help.
Okay, what is 14? 4.
Report.
Yep.
Charles.
Okay, here we go.
Hello again. We have our recommendations for the Preservation Awards for 2024 before you once again. As usual, there were a lot of good applications, and I want to thank staff from multiple divisions for reviewing them and making these recommendations. And as usual, they will be invited to the Real Places Conference for that special awards dinner during the conference in April.
Move to approve the THC Awards Committee recommendations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Being none, signify by saying aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Joy?
Okay.
I'm seeking two approval items. Item 14.5 is the approval of a recommended opening of the THGAAC educational grant cycle for Texas nonprofits. Our commission came together in December and voted to move forward on this, and so they are in favor of your approval to start a grant cycle. We would be using the remaining funds from fiscal year 2025 to support those efforts.
In here, it is a function of ratifying what they're recommending.
The previous.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
move to approve the recommended opening of a THGAAC education grant cycle for Texas nonprofits.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Joy,
The next item, 14.6, is to consider approval of the Friends of the THGAAC funding priority list. So our Friends was formed recently and has had some success. We put together a list of funding priorities. The first one is supporting grants. So the Friends group has agreed to raise $250,000 to support the grant cycle. So this was voted on at our December meeting, and we're looking for you to ratify this recommendation.
So, Ms.
clarification.
Sure.
So we are approving those that are
The funding priority list.
eligible for the grants.
So for this, we're approving the Friends to raise money towards funding the priority list.
You can go raise all the money you want to.
We just want to do it right, so we want this double hecture.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to move to approve the Friends of the THGAAC fundraising priority list.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad?
Okay, this is a rule amendment adoption proposed. This rule amendment is triggered by the existence in our administrative code of an expiration date for our 3 advisory committees, which is required by state law. It was in a section of the code that we only realized was there in December. So we scrambled, the executive committee approved the first step of the amendment process. In consent, you've ratified that action of the executive committee from December, and now this would be the final rule amendment, pending that no additional comments are, no comments are received from the public. To date, we haven't gotten any. Because of the publication deadlines, we cannot legally adopt this formally until, I think, February 2nd. So if we take care of that in
There.
So there are 2 related motions that take care of this, including giving authority, if we receive any comments in the next couple of days, which we do not anticipate, then those would, you'd be granting the executive committee at a future executive committee meeting the authority to resolve those issues and then formalize the adoption. If we don't receive any comments, then we will adopt and publish the rules after the February 2nd deadline next week. This will allow our 3 different advisory boards to be reauthorized once the rules are adopted and published and go into effect, which is why you have separate actions you've been seeing to sort of readopt each of those boards.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to move adoption of amendments to Texas Administrative Code, Title 13, Part 2, Chapter 11, Section 11.5, related to advisory boards and committees without changes to the text, as published in the January 3rd, 2025 issue of the Texas Register, 50, Tex Reg 9, provided no comments are received on or before February 2nd, 2025. I'm further happy to move that should any comments be received on or before February 2nd, 2025, the Executive Committee is authorized to consider those comments and adopt the amendments at a future committee meeting.
We have
Second.
second both?
Anything you want to do?
Okay. Before I call for a vote, a question on the second motion. On or before, normally you would say close of business. This is open to 11:59. I'm splitting a hair here, but in the future, I would suggest close of business unless we're prohibited.
It's dictated by other parts of statutes, and I don't think it actually specifies anywhere, which would mean 11:59 PM.
It doesn't specify 11:59 PM, but the commission only accepts comments via the U.S. Postal Service. So if those comments were to arrive at our office on or before February 2nd, which is Monday, then we would have to consider those comments.
I'll say it again. February 2nd goes way past close of business.
But the U.S. Postal Service typically does not deliver after business hours.
The U.S. Postal Service doesn't deliver all the time anyway.
Well, they would have to arrive at our office
Okay,
during business
I'm
hours.
not trying to split a hair here.
Sure.
It's about technical. So if you all would just like to get a clarification. We'll move this, but I'd like to understand that. In a court of law, it's going to go to 11:59. Okay, we have a motion
And a second.
and a second. We've had discussion. Call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. (14)8), approval of recommended reappointments, the AAB.
Brad?
Yeah, as part of this larger reappointment or reauthorization of the committees, the Antiquities Advisory Board is one of those groups. And so we are asking the commission to reapprove the current Antiquities Advisory Board membership. They were all approved last January 2024, and their current terms extend to February of 2026. So this would just be a reauthorization with no changes.
Is there any discussion? This is the recommended motion. Do we have a motion?
Move to appoint members as presented to the Antiquities Advisory Board effective upon the reauthorization of the board by rule adoption.
Motion and a second. Discussion? Being none, call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 14.9.
Sally?
Hello, we are going to revisit the appointments to the Texas Preservation Trust Fund Advisory Board, which is an 11-member board comprised of dedicated Texans with special expertise and interest in historic preservation. In accordance with the Texas Administrative Code, the members of the board shall serve a 2-year term expiring on February 1st of each odd-numbered year. We have 7 board members under consideration for reappointment who have agreed to serve another 2-year term. Doug Boyd, archaeologist, Dr. Michael Strutt, archaeologist, Susan Froscher, architect, Tara Putnat, nonprofit preservation organization director, Jill Suter, preservationist, John Philip Denisi, attorney, and Douglas Newby, real estate professional. We did have 4 members resign from the board, and this time we are presenting 3 new members. The first being Laura Carrera, who's recommended for appointment to the Architect 2 position. She is an architect and partner at Urbano Architects in Houston. The next is Isabella Knuckles. She's recommended for appointment to the Preservationist Place 2 position. She's a professional associate of the American Institute for Conservation, a past president of the Texas chapter of the Association for Preservation Technology, a lecturer in materials conservation in the University of Texas School of Architecture Historic Preservation Graduate Program, and a historic preservation specialist at Stantec. And then lastly, we have Sarah Crane, who's recommended for a new appointment to the Nonprofit Preservation Organization Director Place 2 position. She is the Executive Director of Preservation Dallas. She also serves as Vice President of the Texas Map Society, is a Finance Committee member of the Texas State Historical Association, and a board member of the Ursuline Academy of Dallas Alumni. And each member presented has agreed that they are willing to serve on the board if appointed by the commission. And we do have a 4th vacant position for a bank or savings and loan association representative, which we hope to bring to the April quarterly meeting. And I'll also note that by separate action, the commission is dealing with the expiration of the Texas Preservation Trust Fund Advisory Board itself. So this action will be active once the board is reauthorized by rule adoption.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Move to appoint members as presented to the Texas Preservation Trust Fund Advisory Board for 2-year terms effective upon the reauthorization of the board by rule adoption.
We have a motion and a second.
I'm going to have
Discussion?
to recuse.
Sir?
I'm going to have to recuse myself.
All right. Commissioner Crane recuses himself. Any other discussion? Being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Where are we now?
Legal matters.
Legal matters. Kristen?
Chairman and Commissioners and Director Bell, I have no legal matters to report on to you today.
You don't have to apologize for that.
I am thankful, too.
Good news.
My chairman's report is really, really simple. I've testified most recently at the Senate. At the dinner the other night, we had a number of elected officials. I have heard absolutely nothing negative. Only want to compliment the staff, Joseph, because the work you're doing is engendering really good relations in the Capitol. There have been years when that wasn't the case, and I want to express my personal appreciation to Joseph and the staff, because it provides the credibility we need, let's just say, in the Capitol. There were some clarification questions. I was asked out in the hall a couple of questions, but in general, there was all about how the good job that you all are doing. Any comments? Yeah.
I would say no. It's enjoyable. Cultural agencies. We're different than regular.
So what y'all are doing is making his job easier. That's the net of all this.
There are a lot of people that make my job easy.
Yep. And I don't have anything to report other than Both testimonies have gone well. What have we heard back? We have nothing outstanding with LBB.
I have not heard anything outstanding with LBB. It was entertaining to watch how difficult answering questions was by the LBB staff. I'm not sure they got any numbers correct.
No. But I'll tell you what, the comptroller did a heck of a job. Any other business? Being none, I want to thank everyone. It is 12:32. We're only 30 minutes behind. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Did you want to take, oh, thank you, I'll pass it on. I don't know if you want those, or.